Hello. Hi. Oh my god. Hello. Sorry, sorry about that. I was trying to like set everything up so that I could do this stream properly, but it took me a minute to figure everything out, so I'm sorry about that. Also, Vex, you're fucking insane. You're genuinely insane. I hope you know that. Genuinely insane. What the fuck did you guys bet on? Oh my fucking god, you guys are so unbelievable. Hold on. Again, Vex, you're insane. And then you kept fucking going. Holy shit. For an icon. Dungeon, time for work. I'm looking through chat. You guys are fucking ridiculous. And yes, I still have that filter on, so if you say any cringe shit, you get timed out. So ban the word toast. Have to write like this. Exactly. Fuck you. You don't get to spell toast correctly. Not on my fucking watch. So I'm still setting up a little bit. And I'm also eating because I didn't really get a chance to eat. So that's what I'm doing. I thought I already fucking banned helicopter. Oh, that's okay. All right, there we go. Now it's banned. Lurking. That's fair. Well, the thing is, I did eat, but that was hours ago. So I guess I lied. I did eat, but the thing is, that was hours ago. Like the last time I ate, it's 10:30 for me right now, p.m. Last time I ate was 1 o'clock. Like one more time, no, fuck you. If you say it, you get slapped. If you say helicopter, you'll get slapped. Oh, Carson, hello. Nice model. Thank you. do 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 do. Ah, fuck. Sorry, I'm still eating. Hello, hi. Oh my god, fuck you. Using the fucking plural of everything. Yeah, fuck you. Try to say helicopters again. See what happens. Ah. Oh, fuck. I'm better. Well, the thing is, I only. Whatever. I need to eat. Y'all are distracting me. I'm gonna starve because of you guys. Carson, he's like, help! Help me, what's happening? Guys, I'm eating. I'm eating. Eat faster before I eat you. Where eat me? That's cannibalism. Uh okay, so I was planning on streaming every day, but the thing is that's very unsustainable. I wonder how. So for me, I stream every day except Sundays. That's gonna be my goal because I need a day where I can like sit down and like reevaluate like my plan. Like, hey, do I need to change something? All that type of stuff. I need a day to sit down and do that because trying to find time in between hours of working and all that type of stuff just isn't working. It's not. It's not happening. So. Hi, Marcus. I hope you're doing well. Oh, sweetheart. Karaoke stream when? I already had a fucking karaoke stream. I don't know. If you want me to do another one, I'll schedule another one for next week. I'm not against that. Vex, you're not serious. Wait, is that shit copyright free? Copyright free? A cyberpunk playlist. Copyright free. Because the music that I'm playing now is great, but it doesn't really match the vibe. So the fact that you're willing to do that shit for me, oh my god. You're genuinely unbelievable in many ways. Right? And the thing is, I was over here like, should I leave? Like, whenever I export my VOD, I'm like, should I leave the music in? Should I take it out? I've been taking it out so far because I just don't want to risk it when I post on YouTube. But if it's copyright free music, I'll just keep that shit on all the time, constantly. Let me do this. Oh, hold on. I have to adjust my settings again. So, hold on a second. Third monitor. Sorry, I'm still setting up. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Like how I want to set up this entire stream. All mine streams, it's just a bit of bass beat heavy. So I'll make you more radio. Okay. Shift rank defining. God. Okay. How again? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do this. Right. How do I make this like presentable and look nice? Because I have a way of doing this. It's just I have to figure it out. Should I do the half and half? And then I do this. Is that what I should do? What if it was the other way around? Okay, I'm gonna turn it more gray. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure this out. Oh my god. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to position everything. There we go. I think that's good. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna keep it simple and straightforward. We're gonna keep it straightforward. Let me move this back. Okay. We're gonna move that back. No, we're gonna move my microphone up here so that. Okay. Ah, fuck. I'm glitching all over the place. Okay. God damn it. Haven't started the lore. I'm setting my shit up, okay? God damn, all of you are so fucking needy. Give me a goddamn moment. I really should have prepared beforehand. God damn it. I'd be a little quiet today doing 12 things at once again. Okay, I'm ready. I just need to set up my thing correctly. I'm still... Well, it ain't my fault I'm needy. It is, though. It is, though. Okay, or should I... Okay, let's do. So you're gonna see double me. You're gonna see double me or multiples of me for a moment. You're gonna see. There we go. A true nightmare. Okay. I'm actually gonna... I think I'm gonna turn off the music for this one. Hold on. I think I'm gonna turn off the music for this one. Because it's not gonna allow me to focus. Okay. My eyes. Yeah. Okay. So, lore stream. So I have a general outline of what my lore is. But my main issue is that I'm having trouble with the connecting pieces and like the reasoning behind things, right? And so again, the way I'm going to explain is going to be very weird. Imagine you're watching a TV show while I explain this, right? Imagine that you're watching a TV show or like an anime or something like that. I think it'll be easier to process and stuff like that. Say the world watch. Another we'll get into it. We'll get into it. All right. No. God damn it. Whoopsies. There we go. Okay. So general idea in a cyberpunk kind of situation. So it's pretty much hell. Like it's pretty much hell. Right? So let's... Do I really want to... hold on. I've changed my mind. Yeah, I think I've changed my mind. I'm actually just gonna keep it on the main screen because me trying to draw things out is just not gonna work. So I'm gonna keep things on the main screen. Right, because if I try to draw and also explain, that's just not gonna work. Gameplay. So capture. Let me change that. Let me change that back. There we go. Premiere monitor. Yeah, there we go. So I'm not gonna try to draw. That was kind of the plan, but I'm like, that's. Oh my god, what happened? Oh my god, what happened? I didn't know it would do that. Oh my god, what happened? Holy shit, I didn't expect it to do that. Holy smokes. My bad. Scuffed. I didn't know it would do that. Holy smokes. Okay. God damn. Okay, let me freaking move the screen all the way back here. Okay. No. I already did karaoke. Okay. Okay. This is it, no, it's so unplanned. It really is. It really is. I was trying to do like a whole thing. I should have planned beforehand. But actually, and then let me, you know what? I'll just do lo-fi because it's not gonna even show up in the VOD anyway. It's not even gonna show up in the VOD. There we go. So let's take out some notes. Let's take out some notes, right? Let me kind of set the scene a little bit. So let's do the world building first. Let's do world building first. World building. Okay. And I have a few things for this world, right? I have a few things that I think, again, they're very basic things. I haven't fleshed them out completely, but I want to kind of get the world building out of the way so that you guys have like a better understanding of the setting that this is all taking place in. Let me move this. Okay. So obviously it's cyberpunk, right? All right. So one of the main things about this world for sure is that people have cybernetics, right? So me with my cybernetic legs, cybernetic eyes, all that type of stuff, that is not unusual, right? It's actually quite normal. Honestly, if you're a person in the world and you don't have cybernetic anything, you're kind of the oddball out. So cybernetics are common, right? Cybernetics are common. Right? Very, very common, right? Second thing about this world, poor people. Most people are poor, right? Most people are poor. So most people are not doing well financially, right? So has cybernetics and stuff like that. So normal. Most people are poor. And then a few things, a few places, all locations are run by some mega corp. Mega corpo, there are multiple. Right? So the thing is, everything is run by these things, right? I'll give you an example, right? If you're trying to go to the park and you get charged to go inside, like you might get charged $1 to go into the park. A mega corporation owns that, right? Every single thing, transportation, housing, parks, every single thing is owned by some corpo of some kind, right? And you know how they can be. They can be very stingy. So you charge for everything. Yeah, pretty much. So, but the big one of the biggest corpos, one of the biggest corpos has I don't have a name for it. So I'll say the biggest corpo. I'll just call it Project X because I don't have a name for it yet. I need you to keep something in mind while I speak about this. So hold on, let me pull it up. So this is a toggle I don't show very often, but this is technically canonical. My character does have a helmet of some kind, right? And you see the symbol right in the middle of it. That's the symbol of the corpo. Very important to know and keep in mind. Right, so remember this symbol. I'll actually like draw it out. So let me make it a cool color. All right, the symbol. All right, then you have the diamond in the middle. All right, and then you have it poking out at the diamond's sides. All right, so this is the symbol of the biggest corpo out there. There's a reason for that. All right. Again, I'm gonna just call it Project X because I don't have an official name for it. All right. So most people have cybernetics. Most people are poor. All locations, any type of establishment you can think of is run by a corporation of some kind. The biggest one being Project X, and that is their symbol. All right. Another thing about cybernetics in particular is the fact that I call these people blacksmiths, but that's just a placeholder name. So a blacksmith is a person who implements the cybernetic, right? And the thing is, not anyone can just do this, right? You have to be good at it, right? You have to practice, right? Because the very important thing about cybernetics is the fact that it's intertwined with your body. It is intertwined with your body, right? It's not just some attachment that you can just put on your body. It is intertwined, right? It is like one with your body. But the thing is, at the end of the day, it's cybernetic, right? The flesh is different than cybernetics, right? So for example, if someone was pushing themselves very hard, right? Let's say they're pushing a very big boulder and they have cybernetic arms, right? They use those cybernetic arms to push the boulder. But let's say, for example, the boulder is a little bit too much. Something will happen. The cybernetic part will be completely fine, right? Because it's cybernetic. But the body might fall under pressure. And that is a problem, right? Because you do not want to be pushing your cybernetics because then it breaks the body. That is very important. Right? Because if you push yourself too hard and you overly rely on your cybernetics to do the things you need to do, your body will break down. Right? Something to keep in mind. So we have the blacksmith, again, placeholder name, but the blacksmith is just a person who implements it. Not anyone can just do it. Right? If you're a normal person, you try to do it, you'll fuck it up and you'll fuck yourself up. So people specifically go to blacksmiths to get cybernetic. They're kind of like doctors in a way. If you want to kind of put them somewhere, like, you know how society has like different ranks and stuff like that. They're kind of like doctors in how they're kind of placed in the hierarchy of society. All right, people go to them. They're like, hey, I need cybernetic eye, arm, whatever. Again, this could be for medical reasons, or it could just purely be because someone wants it, right? There could be someone who is perfectly healthy, but they want a cybernetic arm, so their arm gotta go. And they'll willingly have their arm chop up so that they can have cybernetics. But something to keep in mind, a lot of people are poor. Cybernetics are expensive. So a lot of people will do certain things to get them. Right? So we have cybernetics are intertwined with the body. / body can break down due to the overuse of cybernetics. They are also expensive. Again, a lot of people are poor. Cybernetics are expensive. Obviously, if we're talking about the higher ranks of society, bro, they're decked out, right? they got all the money they want. Some of them said, take everything off. Take out my heart, take out my lungs, everything. I want to be fully cybernetic because they fucking can, because they're rich. That's a very good question. Does the breakdown vary between person to person? Absolutely. Right? Generally, if you're a more healthier person, it will take longer for your body to break down, right? If you're a very sickly person, it won't take long for your body to break down, right? So it's just the healthier the person, it'll take a lot more to break them down. That's a very good question. Right? Keep that in mind. Right? Cybernetics are common, but most people are poor, right? I'll add like a lot, right? Because people will pretty much do anything to get at them, because cybernetics pretty much improves your life overall to a absurd degree. You're more likely to get jobs if you have cybernetics. Imagine if you're a corporation and your job is like, you're a moving company, right? And you're trying to move some items from one place to another. Are you going to hire the regular person, or are you going to hire the person with cybernetic arms that is able to carry more stuff at once? The body parts that they remove, they just discard them. That's it, right? They don't need them anymore. Like, they have the cybernetic now. The body part, it just gets disposed of. Some just toss them out in the trash. Some of them just leave them on the street. They don't give a fuck. Right? Because there's no use for it anymore. It's already detached from the body. So it's not like anyone can really do anything with it. So the body part gets discarded. Right? But there's a reason why a lot of people try to get cybernetics. Some of them try to get them in more sketchy ways than others, right? Because not everyone has the same access to it. But again, if you're a corporation and you're a moving company, are you going to hire the just normal person, or are you going to hire the person with cybernetic arms? Whether they like it or not, having cybernetics gives you more opportunities. So people will literally do anything to get them. Exactly. More cybernetics is superior, right? Right. You know how rich people be. They want to flex all the time. A lot of them will remove their entire body besides their head and brain, be completely cybernetic, and then flex on other people. I wouldn't say they're filled with organs and limbs and stuff, but you could probably find a few in the trash. Right? They can use it for fertilizer. Well, the thing is, you have to consider, if this is cyberpunk, everything about the world is going to be advanced in some way. Agriculture, healthcare, all that type of stuff. The only issue is that it's very expensive and not a lot of people can afford that. And so again, they try to find ways. Right. And there are some people that do it the right way, quote unquote. They find a job, they earn money from that, and then they use they get cybernetics, they then find a job and then they get money from that. But then there are also other people that might use it in more sketchier ways, right? Like if there's an underground fighting ring, right? If you have more cybernetics, you're more likely to win. If you're more likely to win, you're more likely to earn more money. Or you're more likely to do certain things against the law, because if you're completely cybernetic, who's gonna fucking stop you? You know what I mean? So there are some people that do it the quote unquote right way. There are some people that do it the wrong way. At the end of the day, people are trying to get their money. That's the important part. Right. So again, cyberpunk world. Cybernetics are very common. Most people are poor, so people will do anything to get the cybernetics. Some people are able to earn money enough to pay them. Some people are not and find sketchier ways to do it. Most locations are owned by some type of mega corporation of some kind. Biggest corporation, Project X. Blacksmiths are people who can implement the actual cybernetic into people. And guess what? Since they are the highest paying career, because obviously most people are looking to get cybernetics, so they are the most highly paid career out there, right? Oh, just as many people that are trying to get cybernetics, there are just as many people trying to learn how to implement cybernetics so that they could potentially have this high earning job, because it's literally like everyone wants cybernetics. So there's no shortage of customers. There's no shortage of there's no shortage. There is constant money. But again, it's really hard. Like imagine learning cybernetics is kind of like being a chemist or being a scientist or being a biochemical engineer. Not everyone can do it. It's very hard. You have to be very smart and you have to dedicate a lot of time to learn how to do it. But then once you do it, it's very much worth it. Very much so. Right. Sometimes they're like prodigies where you have these super young people that are able to do it because they're super smart. But a lot of these blacksmiths are older people because it takes that long to learn how to do it. How's the security? Can they be hacked? That's a very, very good question. Now, that depends on the blacksmith, right? The better the blacksmith, the more secure it is, right? If you have a good blacksmith, then hackability is minimal. If you have a sketchy blacksmith, hackability questionable. It depends on how good the blacksmith is, right? You have like there are some blacksmiths that are literally famous because of their work. And every rich person, pretty much like the best, let's be honest, the best blacksmiths, every rich person has them in their pocket, right? Because they're the best of the best. And first, they can earn more money off of rich people, and the rich people know they'll have the best cybernetics, and they know they'll be more secure because the blacksmiths are better. So it highly depends on the level of the blacksmith, right? But I'm very glad that you brought that up, because hackers are also a thing too, right? Well, the thing is, you have hackers that do try to hack into stuff, and it works on the average person, because even though people do anything to get cybernetics, they're not going to the top blacksmiths. That's not happening. They're like, they could get some money to get some decent cybernetics, but if we're talking about the best of the best of the best, no, absolutely not. So on average, if you have a really good hacker, they could hack normal people very often. Right? But it's kind of weird because I know what you're asking, but it's not necessarily like the cybernetics are like conscious. They're literally just like robotic limbs and all that type of thing. So it's not necessarily like a computer that you can just hack, right? But I understand where you're going with that, right? Okay. So that's the general idea of the world. Again, I need to flesh it out more, but that's kind of the general idea. You have right. It reminds me of that old story back in the day when you were to be executed, you had to pay the guy chopping your head off. If you paid little, you got a dull axe, which will hurt more and take longer. But if you paid more, you would die quicker with a sharp axe. Right. Another thing is I talked about before is the fact that if you push your body, if you push your cybernetics too hard, your body will collapse. But again, depending on the blacksmith, and it depends. Firstly, it depends on the blacksmith, and secondly, it depends on the person's health, right? Because a very good blacksmith can create cybernetics in a way where it can warn the person how much they're pushing or all that type of stuff. Or they can somehow configure it in a way where the chances of it the cybernetics overbearing the body is very minimal. That's another thing you have to consider too, is the fact that the better the cybernetics are, the less likely you're gonna push your body over the limit. Because again, the skill of the blacksmith is just better. So better quality, the cybernetics last longer, right? They're not as hackable or accessible, and they don't push the body as hard. So you're less likely to break under pressure. It will upgrade the security with the different, or is the security well, of course you can always upgrade stuff, right? If you have like a basic cybernetic and you go to a better blacksmith, so let's say you go to a very basic blacksmith, they do a decent job, but it's just okay. If you go to a better blacksmith, yes, they can upgrade it, right? Things can always be upgraded, and you already know the rich are upgrading themselves all the time, right? Because blacksmiths make breakthroughs. Like I said, they're kind of like biologists, scientists, all that type of stuff. So there might be a new breakthrough on how to make cybernetics less hackable, and then the best blacksmiths will immediately adopt that shit, and then slowly over time it trickles down. Right? That's usually how breakthroughs work in the real world. Same thing there. Again, these people are very intelligent, right? Some of them make breakthroughs all the time, right? Because even though they're like making cybernetics, they're still like, when they have time, they're improving their craft, right? They're practicing, they're trying to see how they can improve things, and that you can make breakthroughs along the way. Show off the helmet again? Yeah, of course. That's the helmet. Again, it's the logo of the Project X. And again, there's a very good reason why. Everyone says to exist, right? Well, that's cutie. Yeah, don't question why the hair disappears. Don't question that. It just happens. But yeah. And the thing is, I want you guys to ask questions, because I feel like the more you ask questions, the more I can like kind of flesh out my world, because your world should be so fleshed out that if people ask you any question, you can know how to answer it just based off your world. So keep asking questions, because it genuinely helps me like build it out a little bit. How does the cybernetics react to virus and malware? right? The hair is so it is, so there aren't really viruses. So it's not like, again, it's the cybernetics are not like computers that you can necessarily hack to. Like it's not necessary, it doesn't work exactly the same as a computer. A person can hack into them and kind of manipulate them, but it's not like a computer where it can get virus and malware and stuff like that. It doesn't work exactly the same. It's a little different. Actually, world building. Let me see. Right? Wouldn't it be better if the cast exists in this world, which would make way for two different parts of the city to exist? Something like a Piltover. Bro, hold on. Let me tell you. So the main inspirations kind of for my world are Cyberpunk, Edge Runners, because obviously, Arcane. It was Arcane. What was the other inspiration? Solo leveling specifically because there's a lot of fighting. That's all I'll say for now. But yeah, no, you are right. You have kind of like a slum area and then you have kind of a rich area, right? Because again, a lot of these corporations own these places, right? Who do you think they're gonna favor? Are they gonna favor just some random poor person on the street, or are they gonna favor like another rich person? You know what I mean, right? Right. The poor person, for the park example, they might have to pay to get into the park. The rich person might just walk on in, right? So those types of privileges do exist, and there is definitely a separation between the much poorer and then the much wealthier. So I think there would be, but I feel like there would also be a middle ground as well. So you have the poorer of the poorer, you then have the richer, and then you have kind of the people that are like stuck in the middle. Because like I said, you can get jobs, right? There are people that have normal jobs and then use their cybernetics to help them out. So there's kind of three classes, if you want to, or three castes, if you want to say. So it's pretty much lower class, middle class, upper class, pretty much. You know, by some sort of wall. Not it not gonna divided by a wall. No, not necessarily. It's literally just it's divided purely off of just architecture and how it looks, right? Right. Because you might go down the street and you might be in the poorer side of town, and then you go down another street and you might be in the more middle class part of the town. So there is no physical barrier. It is just purely architecture and just the environment that tells you where you are. Hi, BBQ. Hello. The class in between would be just in would the class in between would be just an extra in the story. That is true. Do animals get cybernetics too? There are some people that do decide to do that to their animals. It's not as common with animals as it is with people, because at the end of the day, animals are not the ones getting jobs, it's the people. But for example, let's say you have a dog that was born with 3 legs, then the dog will probably have a cybernetic so that that cybernetic can compensate for that lost leg. So it's not uncommon, but if the dog or the cat or whatever is perfectly fine, they're probably going to stay that way. But if the animal has some sort of deformity and the person actually cares for the animal, it'll probably get a cybernetic of some kind. I think, Brahim, I think you do bring up a really good point. Would it be simpler to kind of just keep it upper class and lower class, or have that middle in between? Because I'm not gonna lie, when I first envisioned the story, it was very like upper class, lower class, and then that was it. I might just cut out the middle part, to be honest. Any spy camera? Oh yes, this is a surveillance state. Absolutely. Right? These mega corporations want eyes on everybody. Right? They need to know what everyone is doing at all times. It is a surveillance state. It is a courtocracy to the highest order. So yeah, like anything you can think of, spyware, anything like that, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, is it so intense that if you do like one wrong thing, well, actually, no, I take that back. Never mind. Forget what I was about to say, right? But a lot of those mega corporations, they are watching. And so I think, Brahim, I think what you said, I think I am going to keep it very simple. I'm going to just keep it upper class and lower class. Because the vision I have in my mind doesn't really include a middle class. So I'm going to keep it a lot simpler. So it'd be upper class and lower class. So it's the people. It's pretty much the have and the have-nots. You either got it or you don't. Your illegal cybernetics? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, right? Because I was thinking about it. I was kind of going back and forth in my head. But I was thinking that with the blacksmiths, like I said, they're doctors. In real life, doctors have to get certified. Right? You have to be certified. You have to have a license. And so what I was thinking with the blacksmiths, I would do the same thing. A lot of blacksmiths, especially the top blacksmiths, have a license. But there are going to be some that know how to do cybernetics and stuff like that, but they don't have a license. Because again, you need money for that, right? You need money to get a license. And a lot of these people don't. So they just kind of learn how to do it, and then they just keep rolling with the punches. So that's what I was thinking. And again, a lot of these people are a lot sketchier. They're not as skilled. And so if you do business with them, there is a chance that your cybernetic might be a little fucked. A little bit. A tiny bit. Something like a revolutionary army. It would be only humans without any cybernetics and stuff. They just hate the concept of AI and robotics taking over the world. At first, that's where I was going to go with it. But then I changed my mind about that. Because I feel like that concept in particular has been done like a lot of times. And again, there's nothing wrong with rehashing a very familiar concept. There's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like that type of story has been done over and over. And I feel like I wouldn't contribute anything to that conversation. Now, if I thought that I could contribute something to that conversation, I would have considered it. But I don't think I have a completely new take that would give people a new perspective when it comes to that. But I did genuinely think about that. But again, when I say that cybernetics are common, they are common. Like if I had to tell you a percentage of people that have cybernetics, it would probably be like 90% of the population. Right? And again, it obviously varies. There are some people that might just have cybernetic eyes, and then that's kind of it. And then you're going to have the other people that go full on cybernetic, right? So it obviously depends on the person and what type of cybernetics they want. But 90% of society has cybernetics, right? It's like, so like probably more 95%, if I'm going to be very honest. So like most, if not almost all people have them. So the concept that they're just these oppressed people that no, most people got them, whether legally or illegally. Because again, if you don't have a cybernetic, you're just not considered at all. You're not considered at all. Like you're not even like a person, right? Because you're like everyone else has cybernetics. They can lift more, they can run faster, they can do this, they can do that, and you decide to be a regular person because right? People don't even look your way because they see you as a waste of time. That are weapons or make them fly. Oh yes, so cybernetics can come in a variety. Again, depending on the cost and depending on the blacksmith, you can get a whole variety, right? You can get full on military grade cybernetics, right? That's where you can get like arm cannons and all that type of stuff. Most people probably have very normal cybernetics, right? Like, let's say you have cybernetic arms, but that's all they are. There's no like you can turn them into weapons and all that type of stuff, right? But then if you're on the higher side and you have a bigger budget, you can get more military grade weapons. Right? And again, if you want to take a chance with the sketchy blacksmiths, you could probably get a weapon or two. Probably. Do you have to recharge your cybernetic? Ooh, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. For me, I'm trying to figure that out because, like I said, the cybernetic is intertwined with your body. So it's not just like a detachable thing that you just take on and take off. It is intertwined. Like, imagine if the wires of the cybernetic in your blood streams were intertwined. Like, that's how fucking intertwined they are. So I'm like, how would that go? That's a very good question. I have to think about that one. That's a really good question. It's an insult. Really the cheapest bidder. What is the limit of a cybernetic? Like, could you cut your leg off and just have a motorcycle as your lower half? That's a very good question. Let's just say that there are some people in this world that have tried to do that and it hasn't gone well for them. Right? Because it's like there's always going to be people out there that try the most insane shit. And there's probably someone in my world that has probably tried that. Try to have their lower half be a motorcycle because why the fuck not? By oxygen that runs through that's what I was thinking. That's why if you push yourself too hard, you're breaking your body because your cybernetic relies on your body. And so if you push the cybernetic too hard, you're also pushing your body. So Karth, I was thinking something along those lines. Right? Very interconnected. Again, that's why you have specialized blacksmiths do this because it's very complex and it takes a lot of time. Rough logo. Thank you. My logo, I know my logo is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, the limit of a cybernetic, again, it depends on the blacksmith and how much the person can spend on the money. If you get a cheaper cybernetic, it's probably not going to last as long, right? If you have a more expensive one, it's going to last longer. Now, so it really just depends on the person, the money. And also your body, right? If you get your cybernetic from a very good blacksmith, if you shill out a lot of money and you're a very healthy person, that's just going to last you for a very long time. It's going to last you a very long time. But you also have to consider this, right? Poor people of society. Do you really think poor people are going to be as healthy as rich people that have access to everything? So imagine poor people that are getting cheap cybernetics that are probably not going to be as healthy as a rich person. And so for the poor people, their shit's going to degrade just a little bit faster. And so then they're in a loop where maybe every 1 to 2 years, they're going to have to replace theirs. And so they're going to have to shell out more money. And then maybe around 2 to 3 years later, they're going to have to shell out more money, right? And the thing is, as you get older, you're probably going to have to rely on your cybernetic more. But the thing is, like I said, if you rely on your cybernetic more, your body breaks. So imagine this never-ending cycle as you get older. Your body's breaking down. You push your cybernetic, which causes your body to break down even faster, and it's a constant loop. And again, because you're poor, you're not as healthy. So it's not going to last as long, and then you're going to have to shell out even more money than if you would have just went to the top blacksmith. End up in a homeless folk with a failing cyber tech in the streets. Exactly. It's a never-ending vicious cycle. Again, there are some people that are able to figure it out. That's why I was considering like middle class, because there have been some people that have been able to figure it out, and their cybernetic lasts like a moderate amount of time. But it's just nowhere near compared to rich people that have access to the best workout routines, the best food, the best all that type of stuff. So it's not going to last as long than a richer person. Corps own the housing market, so you can get an apartment based on the role for the corp. I think that is a very good point because, again, the corporations pretty much own everything. And so if you work at that corp and let's say you're in their housing, you're in their housing sector, you might get certain privileges because you work there, or depending on where you rank in the company, you might have more privileges, you might have less privileges. That's a very good question. So this is what I was thinking, is the fact that you know how you have the doctor, that's the blacksmith. Then I don't know what I would call these people, but they're kind of like the nurses, right? These are people that can know how to do very basic repairs, right? They are not blacksmiths, right? They cannot go in and do the whole shebang shabam, but they can make very basic repairs because it's a lot easier to make basic repairs than it is to fully integrate a cybernetic onto someone. I don't know what I would call them, but they're kind of like the nurses, right? And again, there are a lot more people that probably know how to fix their shit up because again, if you want to get your shit fixed, that costs money. So there are probably going to be a good chunk of people that probably teach themselves because it's going to cost a bit. Something like a gang of people jump people with higher grade cybernetics and just steal their tech, selling it off to the black market. Exactly, Rook. That's what I'm talking about. See, this is great. This is great. Exactly, right? Gangs and stuff like that are not uncommon, right? Because obviously you have the people doing it the right way, but then you have people that do things the wrong way, quote unquote. Gangs, shooting each other, all that type of stuff, right? And then they looters, all that type of stuff. They're there, right? They're looters. They'll steal that cybernetic off a poor person and leave them for dead. Because, that's a very important point. Like I said, cybernetics are very much intertwined with the human body. What do you think would happen if you have a cybernetic arm and then someone just ripped that shit off? They just rip that shit. Just yoink it off. They're fucked. More or less, they're fucked. The human body does in fact generate a small amount of electricity. Yes, I did know that, which uses for thought, nerves, and general movement. Could the cybernetics use those signals to function? That's what I was thinking. And so some of you might be asking, hey, how does your body communicate to the cybernetic that it wants to move? Like, let's say you want to take a step forward. How does the cybernetic know that you want to take a step forward? Again, intertwined with your body. It's not just the blood vessels that are intertwined, the nervous system, everything about your body is intertwined. Again, that's why the blacksmiths are the fucking doctors of this world. Because do you know how fucking smart you have to be to intertwine the body with cybernetics? That includes the nervous system, your bones, your blood vessels, everything. Everything. For it to properly work. And the thing is, if you get that shit ripped off of you, it's not going to be fun. That's all I'll say. A name for your city. That's a very good point. I do need a name for this city. Hey, do you guys have any suggestions? City names. That's a really good point. I'm glad that you brought that up. Would the cybernetics be able to get rid of genetic defects, mental illness, or anything like that? So genetic defects, again, if you were born with one arm, a cybernetic can easily fix that. Easily. Right? But when it comes to mental health, I'm very glad you brought that up. It's very much different. Right? What do you think will happen to someone's mental if they overuse their cybernetic, right? Because again, think about it. Your nervous system is connected to the cybernetics, right? So if you're overusing that shit, how do you think your brain will react to it? Would there be a concept of a god in this world? No. So there's no deities, there's no world, there's no eldritch beings, all that type of stuff. It's literally just society. That's all it is. It's just a society. Well, I was thinking about incorporating religions into it, like how there might be some people that are strictly against cybernetics, but most people will just kind of call them crazy, that type of thing. I was considering that. I don't know if I would put that in there because I think it would be a good world building thing, but I don't want to add so many details that it just kind of washes everything out. This is also why the high market flash docks would cost more than the street vendors. Exactly. How advanced are the cybernetics? I would say so. So for me personally, again, this is a very advanced society. So if I'm talking about like particularly how advanced like cybernetics and technology is, I'm talking about nanotech. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about advanced as advanced as you can get. Right? You got buses, you got trains that can go like hundreds of miles, one place to another. Like we're talking high tech. But again, certain places are probably not going to be as high tech as others because it's not as profitable to be putting certain places. Like why would I put a fucking high speed rail in the poor area? Ew. Why would I do that? You know what I mean? So even it's going to be one of those things where even though the society is very advanced, not everyone has access to that advancement equally. Right? You got rich people have access to the latest shit all the time. And then you have poor people that are still struggling to even get the most basic of necessities. So we're talking about high society, but not every person's going to have access to high tech. Especially rich folk who use advances in cybernetic to perform eugenics. We'll get back to that. The god is money, exactly. I did as Xavier or Infotech for your main megacorp if it helps. Okay, so let me do the megacorp names. And again, I would love multiple because there are multiple megacorps. That's just the big one. That's like the biggest one of them all. But I'll take more because there are multiple. So you said Overtech. Overtech. Would so would it be able to create self-driving sentient cars? So no, it's not like sentient. So there's not like robots that can like think for themselves. It's not like that. We're not really dealing with, obviously like AI is used, but it's not to the point where they can become sentient. because I feel like if I try to add that on top of the story I already have in my head, then it would just be a whole bunch of mess. But I did consider that at some point. But I'm like, no, I want to keep, obviously I want them to be complex enough that people find it interesting, but it still needs to be overall simple. And so adding that on top of everything I'm already thinking of is I did send you a bunch of mine from my lore that are intentional. Yeah. Diamond X would be a good company name. Okay, let's see. Diamond X. Diamond X. That would be a good company name. Actually, I'm gonna make that a separate note. I'll make that a completely different note. Sorry if some of it is blocked. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to make room for everything. So Project X. Again, that's a placeholder name. Project X. So this is the biggest corporation in the city. All right. So what holy shit, you just gave me a fucking million names. God damn. God damn. Let me take all of them. Gave me fucking a million names. Did the two would be copy and paste. Damn. Yeah, go for it. Dark Metropolis, Cybertech. Here's some city names. Aiden, where paradise is a payment away. I like that. Aiden. Like kind of like Eden, like the Garden of Eden, but it's Aiden because it's not as nice. So I try to call you because I have ideas. I'm sorry, I was working. Bro, I worked all day. I worked from 11:30 to 9 p.m. I was working, man. I'm sorry. We worked too. Yeah. All that type of stuff. And so that's kind of the general idea I have of like this. That's the general idea of the society. I meant to call, bro. I was showering. I'm sorry. I was taking a shower, right? Because whenever I get off of work at 9. Luckily, I literally live 6 minutes away from my work, so we kind of get home, me and my mom. But then I have to hop in the shower and then prepare everything before I stream at 10. So I'm sorry. It's like whenever it's like an all day thing, it's a crunch. It's a crunch. I'm sorry. Okay. So that's kind of the general idea. Blacksmiths. You know, for the nurses, quote unquote, I'm gonna just call them apprentices. That's just what I'm gonna call them. Again, these are not official names. These are just placeholder names. So I'm gonna just call them apprentices, nurses of the world can do basic repairs. So if you just need a basic, kind of like a car repair, if you just need your tire fixed, you can just kind of go to them. Right? And they help assist the blacksmith sometimes, but they're not as good. And it can do basic repairs. Yeah, I find brainstorming works better vocally than via text. Yeah. No, that whenever I'm brainstorming, I yap to myself all the time. It's gotten to the point that my mom comes into my room and is like, "Are you okay? Are you talking to someone?" And I'm like, "No, I'm talking to myself. I am the only one in the room." But yeah, no. You, Karth, Vex, y'all have me on speed dial. So if you have any ideas, you can just send it to me. Now, I'm gonna move on a little bit from this, but I feel like you guys asking questions really helped like solidify some things for me. So we're gonna go to Project X, the biggest corporation in the city, right? I want you to guess how many assets. How much of the city do you think that they own? Parks, hotels, houses. How much do you guys think they own? Okay, Marcus said 90%. I will say the city is a really big city. Like, it's a very big city. So it's not like this small town. We're talking about New York, like a few times over. One name, but then you dive deep. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Is the fact that the whole city has a whole big name, but then you have different sections for that city. Absolutely. 70%. All right. So in my mind, this corporation owns about 80 to 80% of the city. Or not, fuck. I said 80 to 80. I meant 80 to 85%. Like, they are the biggest one. 80 to 85% of the city is owned by them. Is where the city is the only place habitable left on a planet. Everywhere in an empty humanity. So for me personally, I feel like I want to keep the story focused. I think I want to refer back to Arcane, right? Obviously, like you saw like the trailer after Arcane and that Mel went somewhere else and all that type of stuff. For me personally, I want this story to be solely focused on the city. So anything outside of it doesn't really matter. I want to keep the sole focus on this city. But if you need it to like kind of quench your curiosity, it's pretty much like this all over the world. Right. I like to think about it like this. Like, if the world right now, like, what if the United States was like this cybernetic thing? What if Japan was like the cybernetic city or state? What about China? That's how I kind of think about it. So kind of think about it like that. If you need it, like, out of curiosity, is how it'd be. What would Russia look like if it was purely cybernetic? That type of thing. But yeah, the entire world would be like this. Now, depending on where you are, the degree is different. But for me personally, I want to keep the story focused on this big city in particular. I want to keep it very focused. There's no other companies to compete, right? You would think that, right? But how do you think they got that big in the first place? Because there's no way that they would have got that big on their own, right? Because again, you would think from the outside, oh, well, they own everything. Why don't they just kind of push every other company out and just take over? Nope. It's more complex than that. Right? They were not just given this percentage of the city for free. Absolutely not. Everything costs. And sometimes the corporations have to pay too. Companies was sponsored by the government. It's like a whole it's like that of a whole library. Right. How is the mayor of the city decided if there is one? Oh, these corporations are pretty much running the city. Technically, there's a government, but they're they're practically puppets. Nobody, like, whenever there are rule changes, people look at the corporations. The government is pretty much a stand-in. It's kind of like like the monarchy in the UK, where you guys technically still have the king and queen and all that type of stuff. They're more symbolic. They're not parliament, right? So technically there's a government, but they're everyone knows they're practically puppets. Like they're not. No one's really listening to them because the people already know that they're bought. No one gives a fuck about them. Right? So if a corporation says something is the way they want it to, that's how it is. Villains are meant to be powerful and overwhelming. Lower it to something like 50 to 70%. Honestly, maybe I think you might be right. I think 70% would be better than having it 80%. So how about this? I'll change it to like 75%. But again, these people did not get this shit for free. That's for sure. It was not for free. They were not just given all this type of stuff, right? Obviously, they are like the big bad. They're the big bad. But for sure, like, they weren't always like that. And they had to do some shit to get where they are now. Have government officials in their pockets. Exactly, right? Again, no one really listens to the politicians. Like, they're really just there to just act like there's some sort of government that still runs the city. There is none. They've been bought. No one listens to them. The only reason nothing happens to them is because the corporations make sure nothing happens to them, because they're letting the corporations do whatever the fuck they want to do. So they just keep the people there, and the corporations make sure that they're safe and they're well taken care of, so that they don't have any ideas to try to actually make reasonable change. Right? If you're getting millions upon millions of dollars by these corporations, why would you fucking try to help anybody? Right? You just stay in your seat, you pretend to be a good politician, and you go about your day. Right? And again, it isn't just like money, cybernetics, like, bro, cybernetics, all that type of stuff. Some of the rich people will offer the politicians, hey, I'll hook you up with my best blacksmith and I'll pay for it. That type of thing. And fancy dinners, the whole 9 yards. Anything to keep those politicians in line. Well, they used to sell exclusively to the military and then retire from the military. Not exactly, but they do have a military. And that I'll explain that. Then the rest of the city is divided between the other corpos. Exactly. Right? And the thing is, the other corpos do fight and tussle a little bit. But the thing is, it's this very weird dynamic, because the corporations, part of them wants to kind of fight over the rest of what they can get. But then at the same time, they know that if they all if they all drain their resources to like go after each other, then the big corporate will just take everything. And so it's this weird struggle between like trying to maintain what they have, trying to gain a little bit more than what they have, but also not trying to take too much so that this big corpo doesn't take everything. Are there mechs? There are people that are kind of like mechs. Like, there are people that are built like mechs because of their cybernetics, but I wouldn't necessarily say they're mechs. Like, there's no like robots or stuff like that. Well, to say that there aren't, I take that back. To say that there aren't any robots would be a lie, but I don't think mechs are going to be like a main focus, right? But for sure, like if you go to a restaurant, there's going to be like a mini robot that's going to take your order. That definitely exists. That exists for sure. And the thing is, I'm actually planning on getting a mascot, and the mascot is going to be a robot. So robots do exist, right? But there aren't like these mechs. I might change that though, because again, this is a high society. Why would there not be any mechs? If we had access to nanotech, I don't know why we wouldn't make any mechs. So I will reconsider that point. Like Hulkbuster. Like exactly, right? And then obviously the corporos. So when it comes to the military, because someone mentioned it up here, Modern mentioned it up here. So when it comes to like militaries and like militias and stuff like that, every corpo pretty much has their own. Project X has the biggest one, obviously, because they're the biggest one. So to be honest, if you encounter like any type of police, quote unquote, most of the time it's going to be them. Because they enforce most of the laws because they have most of the stuff and they have more resources to enforce the laws. But each corporal has their own like, so it's more like Project X has a military and then all the other corporals have like a militia. I would suggest for lore is don't sweat a lot of the huge details right now. No, that's what I'm trying to say is the story is where you fit in, right? We're going to get to that, right? But the thing is, I'm trying to set the scene so y'all guys have a better understanding so that when I start getting into where I play a part into all of this, it will make sense. I won't just start talking. You're like, what is this? What is that? But yeah, no, like I'm not worried about sweating out all the details. That's not what I'm trying to do. Could be just a thing for rich people. Oh, for sure. If there were mechs, only rich people would have them. Like, you think poor people got the money to build that shit? There are some scrappy ones. There are some very creative people that have probably tried and probably made a decent one. But if you're talking about like a mech, like a military grade mech, only rich people got those. District area you live, gang affiliations, rank crew, people you know. Exactly. Right. And so some very important things about this corporation, right? Biggest corpo, they own 70 to 75% of the city. I do think that is more reasonable than having 80% of the city because I still want that struggle between the other corporations, right? So it is the main enforcer of laws. So again, if you run into any law enforcement, most of the time it's going to be from this corporation in particular, right? All that type of stuff. But they have a secret project. This corporation has a very secret project. Very secret project. And that is where I kind of come in, right? Now, oh, I'm so freaking excited. All right. I'm going to say this again. When I start talking about this, think of it kind of like an episode of like a TV show. So I'll just call it episode 1. This way. Episode 1. Frick. Episode 1. It can be a military thing, mainly for inner city co-powers. Exactly. So one of the things that court does is private enforcements. Exactly. If they own the city mostly. Exactly. So I want you guys to really use your imagination with this one, right? Close your eyes or do whatever the fuck you need to do to use your imagination. So imagine a TV show is starting, right? You are in a facility, right? White walls. There are a lot of children in this facility. A lot of children. And they have certain tattoos on them, right? These are children, very happy, very all over the place, right? Rambunctious, having a good time. Some of them are drawing, some of them are playing, some of them are playing with blocks, all that type of thing, right? Having a good time, right? And so, but then you see this one kid, one little girl, short black hair, right? It's not as long as it is now, right? In the corner. In one hand, she has a small motorcycle toy. She's rolling it back and forth on the table. In her other hand, she has a yellow crayon. She's drawing whatever she pleases, right? Now, on the back of her neck is a tattoo. Every single child in this facility has a tattoo on the back of their neck, right? And so this is the system that this corporation uses to keep track of every child, right? So this is how it goes. So it's 3 digits or 3 whatever, right? So the first one is, so this is how they categorize them. You have 2 letters and then you have a number. And then you have a number, right? The first letter, this can go from A to Z. So this could be like BA1 or CA1. It can go all the way to C. Or it can go all the way to Z. Same thing with this one. It can go from A to C to H to Z. Now, when it comes to this number is either a 1, a 2, or a 3. And so the first 2 that are letters, that's just for keeping track of everyone. The third, the number is determines your potential for this very special project, right? Number 1, you have the most potential. Number 3, you have the least potential. And now, again, there's a reason why the number 3s are there. They're still there for a reason. But if we're talking about who has the most potential and who has the least potential, the number 3s are at the bottom, right? And so, again, you have all these different children. You have HJ2, you have TY3, all these different labels, right? Every child has a sequence, some similar to this, on the back of their neck. Right? Some type of sequence. And a tracker identify exactly. Now, I want you to guess what the sequence that this little girl or me has on the back of her neck. I want you guys to guess what you think the sequence is for her. Oh, good night, Rook Bat. Rook the Bat. Hello. Is the hide the number on the lore? The collar that I'm wearing? No. It's not there to hide it. But that's a good question. No. It's not there to hide it. So do you think it's like an AJ1? Is it like a TC2? Like what are y'all thinking? Brain fried, can't think. Come on, Marcus, use your brain. Think very hard. Bingo! Karth got it. JY3. That is the sequence that this little girl has on the back of her neck. JY3. Very familiar, right? Right? JY3. Looks a lot like my name. Exactly. Anyway, These children, again, like I said before, they're playing, they're having a good time. They're in like kind of like white gowns, kind of like gowns you kind of have in the hospital. When you go to a hospital, those types of gowns. They're just having the time of their lives, right? They're having the time of their lives, right? Even though she's there, she's third rank. She doesn't have the most potential. She has potential because she's still in the program. But she doesn't have the most potential. Right? Now, a very interesting thing is the fact that a lot of these children, they're talking, they're laughing, they're like, oh my God. But they say something very important. Oh my goodness. I cannot wait until I get to see my parents again. Right? And she's thinking the exact same thing. Like, I can't wait for this project. And then when the project is done, she can't wait to see her parents again. Right? Now, these children were handpicked by groups of people, right? I said before that people are very poor and they will do almost anything to get out of it, whether to get a cybernetic or just get out of poverty. So there was an announcement a little bit before this day. Like, hey, there's a special program. Right? If parents, if your child is eligible for this program, we will make sure that you are secure and all your needs. Food, water, basic necessities, cybernetics. As long as you turn your child in and they are approved to be a part of the program, then that's what you get. All right. We started you off. So these kids have an idea that, oh my God, right? Because obviously they didn't fucking tell them what they're going to fucking do, right? Oh my fucking God. I cannot wait to see my parents again. Because that's what they were told. They were told, hey, you go through the program and then you stay here for quite a little bit and then you'll see your parents again. They're never fucking seeing their parents again. Right? Because they sold them off. But they don't know that. Right? And it's a very, very special program. Very, very special program. Right? I can't remember who it was, but someone mentioned like, hey, can like cybernetics revive people from the dead and all that type of stuff, right? Can you keep someone living with cybernetics? No. Not at the moment. But a lot of people have the same exact question, especially this megacorp. They have the exact same question. Is it possible to maybe keep someone alive with cybernetics? So maybe someone dies and then you can use cybernetics and then make them come back to life again. Right? Make them even stronger than they were before. You're not the only one with that question. They also want to figure out if that's possible. That's what the children are for. Yeah. Right? Like I said, blacksmiths are very intelligent people. They make breakthroughs. Like when they make breakthroughs, it's a breakthrough. Right? Can you imagine what the top blacksmiths that are under this corporation's watch are doing with these children? Right? But the thing is, they're a little too young. So they have to grow up a little bit, right? They have to grow up a little bit. They have to be indoctrinated, right? Because in the outside world, right? A lot of people can see how the world is, right? Corporations exploiting. Obviously, some of them have drinking the Kool-Aid and be like, man, these corporations are the fucking best. But a lot of the adults in the world can see their fucking shit. These children can't. They can't. They're too young. They don't understand. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to find the elixir of life, pretty much. And so this little girl, again, she's playing with all the other kids. She makes a lot of friends. They have a good time. They're well fed. They're well taken care of. All that type of thing. Obviously, the corporation's doing experiments on them. They can't do very important ones because the children are too young. But maybe taking blood tests, all that type of stuff, doing that in the background. That type of thing. Now, little girl gets a little older. Right? She gets a little too curious one day. Right? Because she was promised that she would see her parents soon. It's been like 2 years, 3 years that they've been in this program. No parents in fucking sight. None. Nowhere to be seen. She's like, maybe this place is kind of scary. You know what I mean? Maybe this place is a little scary. She talks to other children to see what they think. They're having the time of their fucking lives. They're like, girl, shut the fuck up. We're having a good time. I don't know why you bringing all this bullshit like, oh, the corporation is bad, could potentially be questionable. No. They're indoctrinated. Right? And so, slowly, over those years, she's kind of been becoming a little bit more suspicious. She's like, Like, obviously, she's well taken care of, but, like, she has, like, this hint in her gut that, hey, things might not be as cool or as amazing as they are framed to be. She's very suspicious. And so one day she gets a little too curious, right? She starts paying attention more to the guards, what they're saying, what the blacksmiths that come over to examine them are saying. Pays a little bit too much attention, right? The other children, they don't quite understand, or if they did, they don't give a fuck. She does. So one day they have like these sleeping quarters. All the children have sleeping quarters that they have. One day, she sneaks out of the sleeping quarters. She is too curious. She has to know, what is the purpose of this program? Because she feels like they told her one thing, but they're getting another. And so she sneaks around, right? Until she finds a room, right? Within the room, it's one of the blacksmiths that usually do their usual routine on them, taking care of them, all that type of thing. And then there's another man. She might not necessarily be familiar with who this man is, but he is, if not the owner of the corporation. Well, I'll say one of the owners. One of the owners of the corporation. She's listening to them. The blacksmith is talking to the dude. He's like, "Hey, we've been looking at these kids. The rank ones, they're pretty good. Rank twos, okay, not so much. Rank threes at the bottom, but again, they're still fine. They're still kind of whatever." Right? And so the one of the owners, again, she doesn't know that. One of the owners, they mention something about experimenting on them. CEO? I guess you can say that. Right? Experimenting on militia, brainwash army, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. But he's a little impatient, right? He's like, when are we going to do these experiments? When are we going to do these tests? I think the children have grown up enough. The blacksmith is telling him, hey, no, I understand you're impatient, but they're not, right? The blacksmiths are the fucking doctors in this world, right? So if they say, hey, that's not going to work, believe them because they know what they're fucking talking about, right? The CEO wants to get a move on. But the blacksmith is like, hey, no, these are children. Cybernetic, if you were to because with cybernetics, when it comes to children, it reacts differently. And we don't want the cybernetics to react to them when they're children necessarily. Now, when it comes to cybernetics, it does act differently when it comes to children. But then if you get it when you're an adolescent, it pretty much acts the same as if you're an adult, pretty much. So if you're an adolescent, you have a cybernetic, it's pretty much like an adult. Right. Blacksmith's like, hey, no, I understand you're impatient. I understand you have this plan. They need to grow up a little bit more. We have to give them more time, right? We have to really indoctrinate them a little bit too, right? CEO is impatient, but the blacksmith knows best. They are the doctors. They understand how things react to the body. But the CEO is like, we're going to get this military, these brainwashed cyborgs or whatever the fuck, one way or the other. Right? She's listening and she's like, what the fuck? Brainwashed cyborgs, military project. Yeah, like a military project. Exactly. They're like, what the fuck? That's not what they told us. That's not what they told us. They told us that we were going to be like these super cool, whatever. I wasn't involved in a military project. I didn't know it was a military project. Did my parents know it was a military project? Did they know, but they signed me away anyway? Because, yeah, she grew up poor, right? Again, most of these families and that the children were taken from were on the poorer side. They just so happened to get lucky. And so she is stricken with fear. She feels like she now has a secret that has burdened her. She's like, what the fuck? So then she keeps this secret for a very long time. But she feels alienated now from the other kids, right? The other children are blissfully unaware about what's actually happening. But she's very aware. She's paying attention to every conversation, every single thing that the adults say. Every single conversation. Right? And it always connected back to some military project of some kind, right? Right? They might use code words, but she was able to figure it out, what they really meant. And so one day she can't hold it in anymore. She can't. She feels like she's bearing the weight of the world on her shoulders. And so she decides to approach a kid. And she is like, hey, you want to know a secret? And then she talks about the whole military operation. Does the cybernetics need to have to get replaced when they get bigger? Yeah, right. Kind of like how whenever a baby grows, you have to give them bigger clothes because it's not going to fit the same. Now, obviously, again, they're flexible because we're talking about nanotech. But yeah, it's gonna work differently on a child than it does. Again, children, some of them do have cybernetics. Again, if a child's arm didn't grow properly, you'd get cybernetics for that. Probably not as common as with adults, but there are some children with cybernetics. Anyway, she tells this secret to the kid. Kid doesn't believe her. He's fully indoctrinated. He's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But the thing is, he spreads it. But he spreads it like, bro, can you check out what this stupid girl told me? She said that they were doing a military project or something. It's super, super dumb. And the word spreads that, oh my God, this stupid girl. She's saying that they're like trying to do a military project on us. How ridiculous is that? But the thing is, the adults hear this and they're like, uh-oh. One of them has figured out what we're trying to do. She needs to go. She's a third. She's ranked third anyway. She's the worst of the worst. So if she leaves or disappears, no one cares. No one really cares. So one night when everyone's going to sleep, all that type of thing, some guards approach her room and she's like, hey. And they're like, hey, like, we're going to take you somewhere because you're super special, right? We're going to take you to a super special spot, right? Because we've picked you out of all the kids and we're going to give you this super cool thing. They're planning on killing her, by the way, because she knows too much. They can't just release her out into the world. They can't just give her back to her parents because she knows the whole plan. So she can't just give her back to her parents, because what if she spreads that information to other people? There'll probably be a lot of people that don't believe her, but there might be some people that might take her at her word. And so we can't have that. We can't have that. So she's being taken away. They say she's being rewarded. She's super cool, all that type of stuff. Part of her knows it's a lie. Right? Part of her knows that she's been caught for sure. And so when they're taking her down a hallway towards that same room where the CEO was, that she remembered listening to about the plan. And she makes a fucking break for it. She's able to slip out of their grasp for just enough time to make a break for it. She starts sprinting through the fucking hallways. Right? And they're like, oh shit. We have a fucking runner, right? We have a fucking runner. She's running. She knows the plan. She's running. If she escapes, she might spread the information. Our plans will be ruined. She needs to die. She needs to go. Lost Fire 677. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm currently in the middle of explaining my lore. So I appreciate you, but I don't want to get sidetracked. But thank you so much for being a part of this stream. Anyway, she's running through the fucking hallways and she's booking it. Everyone on the floor and on the floors of the building are alarmed. Hey, we got a fucking runner. We have a runner. We need to catch her and you need to kill her on sight. So she's booking it. And again, this is hard because all these super soldiers, all these soldiers in this corporation, they have cybernetics in some way or another. A lot of them have a good chunk of cybernetics. So her trying to escape these people is very difficult, very hard. So and the thing is, if she knows she's going to encounter more, if she tries to go down and go out through the entrance. So the only way she knows is to go up. And so she climbs the stairs. She's booking it. She's running. She gets to the top of the building. It's not the highest building. It's not like this high rise, but it's the top of a building. And we're talking about a child here. And so she's at the rooftop. She doesn't know what to do. Right? Because now the fucking soldiers are coming up through the rooftop. And they're trying to catch her. And so she then tries to like negotiate. She's like, hold on. Yeah, I'm not gonna spill the secret. I'm not gonna do that. They don't believe her. They're trying to kill her. Right? They're trying to fucking kill her. And so they get a little close. They're backing her up to the edge, right? They're backing her up to the edge. She doesn't know what to do. Literally the only way to escape is to run off the building. But obviously she's gonna fucking die. She's a fucking child, right? But she has no other choice. What is there to do? So, as the soldiers get closer and closer, she has to think more and more, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? She looks over the building. She looks at the soldiers again. She looks over the building at the soldiers again. Over the building one more time. At the soldiers again one more time. She takes a leap. Because either way, she's going to die. She might as well die on her own terms, right? And it's very interesting. She goes for this leap, right? But as she goes for that leap, one of the soldiers comes at her with a weapon. Slices her in half. Legs gone. And now her torso is just flying off the front of the building. Right? Hips down, gone. As her torso is tumbling over, the legs, they just kind of fall off the side of the building. Her torso flies off the side of the building. She hits the ground. Right? Very brutal. And so she's good. And the thing is, she lands in like an alleyway, right? There's like that alleyway beside the building. They look down at her, right? They're considering going down and making sure she's dead. But like with her being sliced in half. With her being sliced in half, there's no way she's going to fucking survive. The fuck? So they just kind of look at her, they laugh, and then they retreat back inside the building. We've dealt with her. She's done for. Right? And so she's on the ground. You know that thing in anime where somehow, even though like they're pretty, they have like all their limbs gone and they're like cut in a million different ways, they somehow are still like, obviously if that shit happened in real life, that you would be dead, right? But we're going to use the power of anime here, right? She's still alive, but she's fucked up. No legs, no hips. Right? She's got blood all over the place, all over her face and body because she literally just jumped off a building. Well, her torso jumped off the building. Right? So, but we're going to use the power of anime here, right? She's using her front arm. She's crawling a tiny bit, but she's not going anywhere. Hello, Adami, Kuru. Kuryu is the name. Flirting is my game. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. I'm in the middle of explaining my lore right now. Right. So that's what I'm doing, just to catch you up. I don't want to lose my train of thought, but I'm very grateful that you're here. I'm very grateful. Just fun. Where are we at the story? So we're at the story where my legs are gone. I'm in an alleyway. I'm crawling with my forearms with the little bit of strength I have. Again, anime logic, in real life, she would have been done for. Right? But the power of anime and God is on my fucking side right now, okay? So she crawls in the alleyway. It's smelly. There's sewage. There's rats. There's body parts in the trash cans. Again, they're people that whenever they get cybernetics and they chop off their limbs, they just disregard them. Right? She's like, yeah, I'm dead. This is it. Right? As she's about to take like her last breath, she sees a figure approach her. The figure looks down at her. Older gentleman. He looks like he's like in his 40s, right? In his 40s, maybe 50s. I'd say more 40s. Older gentleman looks down at her, right? And as that's the last thing she sees before she's out. And that's episode 1. That's what I would consider episode 1. peak first episode. Why the cliffhanger? Because I fucking can. That's why. 40s isn't old. I said older gentlemen. I didn't say old gentlemen. I said older. 40s, yeah. And scene. Wrap it up, boys. Sounds more like a prologue than episode 1. It probably is more like a prologue. You know what? You make a very good point. I'm actually going to make it a prologue. It is more of a prologue than the first episode, right? That's not how you freaking spell it. There you go. So that's the prologue. That's the beginning of everything. Hi. Void Umbreon ZX. I'm glad you're here. This is a lore stream, so this is me explaining my lore to my chat. I'm explaining it in terms of like episodes, like it's a fucking anime, because my brain can't process it in any other way, like a normal fucking person. Right? I just finished explaining what the prologue would be like. When's the next episode coming out? Right now. For the next episode. Need more. Yes. Okay. So, technically episode 1, because that was the prologue. All right. Episode 1, right? She wakes up. Right? She's looking around. She's like, what? How the fuck am I alive right now? I literally had my hips and my legs chopped off. And like everything hip down is gone. How the fuck am I alive? That doesn't make fucking sense. I should be in heaven right now. Right? And so she notices that she's kind of like in this pod thing. She's kind of in this pod thing. She looks around. She's kind of like in this laboratory / lounge area. Right? Kind of underground. Right? Then she looks down. She's like, what the fuck? Right? She looks down. And she sees these. She's like, what the fuck? What the hell? Where the fuck did these come from? What the fuck? How the fuck did those get there? These are fucking cybernetics. The fuck? Huh? How did these get on my body? That doesn't make any sense. I should have been dead. Why am I not dead? Why am I not in heaven? And so then she sees that older figure. That older figure that she encountered beforehand. And the older figure approaches her in the pod, right? Oh, again, gentleman, 40s. He has spiky black hair, but there's a little bit of gray in there, a tiny bit. Very intelligent looking. You can make him as fucking hot as you want. I don't care. Right? He looks at her. He's like, you're finally awake. Hey. She looks at him. She's like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Then he says, I am the godfather of cybernetics. I am the godfather of cybernetics. And now y'all are probably asking me. Hold on, sorry, I accidentally clicked off. Y'all are asking me, what the fuck? What does that mean? What the fuck do you mean, the father of cybernetics? Right? What the fuck does that mean? So, in the world, the father of cybernetics is considered the first blacksmith. He was considered the first person to be able to intertwine the body with cybernetics. He was the first, right? He was the very first one to figure it out. Again, very intelligent. And so ever since his breakthrough, society has changed completely. Imagine how society changed when the phone was first introduced. It's kind of, think about it like that. When the phone was first introduced in the real world, that shit changed everything. Same thing here. He is a father of cybernetics. Ever since his breakthrough, the entire world has changed because of him. Right? Because of him. Right? And the thing is, there's always been like rumors about seeing him and all that type of stuff. But no one really knew for sure where he was. A lot of people thought he was dead. A lot of people thought he's just hiding somewhere. But there he is, standing right in front of me. He's like, yeah, I'm the godfather of cybernetics. My name is Maverick. How are you? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, the father. Again, this is like, imagine like the father of cybernetics, like a folklore. Everyone's like, well, he has to be dead by now. Like, he's gotta be dead, you know, all that type of stuff. Well, for me, when I say the phone, I'm talking about the cell phone. Obviously, Alexander Graham Bell inventing like the first phone or way of communicating was revolutionary. But I'm talking about like the cell phone, as in tap screen type shit. Right? And so he looks at me. He's like, I'm the godfather of cybernetics. My name is Maverick. That's a placeholder name, by the way. What's your name? I look at him and I'm like, my name? So something about the prologue, right? When this program where the children were taken to be experimented on, like, we're talking about very young children. Very young children. The godfather, the father. That's what I'm thinking too. Is to keep his name hidden. But again, this is the lore stream. We're building the lore. So everything's kind of on the table. And then if I was to then make a show or like a comic, then obviously it would be hidden, right? But I'm trying to create lore. So everything is kind of on the table right now. But if this was like an actual episode, I wouldn't have revealed his name. Anyway, I'm over here like, my name? Because the children that were taken for this experiment, which includes me, were taken at a very young age. And then we're in that facility for years. They called us in that facility by the names on the back of our neck. So I was JY3. JY3, can you come to the front, please? JY3, can you please do this? Can you please do that? Right? They didn't call us by our fucking names that the parents gave them. They called us by our labels, by the tattoos on our neck. That's what we were called. And so I look at him, I'm like, JY3? He's like, what the fuck? What? That's not your fucking name. You're fucking with me. And I'm like, no, I'm being completely dead ass. That's like JY3. That's what I've been called for like most of my years in life. Or anything like that. No, I mean, did he invent it and then company stole his work? Or was he actually praised for it? I'm going to get to that, Vex. That's a very good question. I'm going to get to that. And so he's like, no, you're fucking with me. And so I'm like, no. I turned my head. I show him the tattoo on the back of my neck. And you're like, and then when he sees that shit, when he sees the tattoo on the back of my neck, his face immediately goes grim. He knows what that shit is. But then he quickly masks his disgust, his ill towards that. And he's like, I see. You should probably pick a better name at some point. And I was like, yeah, probably. No, I'm not gonna lie. If this was a TV show, I would make it funny. Like, it's the world is very depressing. Let me add a little bit of humor to it, right? I'm being completely honest. That's how they would be talking. They're like, yeah, you should probably pick a different name. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. JY3 is not a cool name. But again, that's what I was called most of my life because I was in the program for a lot of my life. So that's pretty much all I knew. But anyway, he's like, anyway, you're safe now. I look around. Again, the place that we're in is like a laboratory / lounge / experimental area. I'm like, where the fuck are we? He just says, don't worry about it. It's just best you don't know the location, right? You don't know the location. And so then I'm over here. I look at him. I'm like, why did you save me? Right? Why didn't you just let me die? Who are you? Right? Who are you? Now, if this was like an actual episode, it would be a flashback. So he wouldn't actually tell me. There would be a flashback to tell the watchers, right? So, okay. It's either the back of your neck. Audience sees this direction. You don't. Yeah. Exactly. See, I love you guys. This is what I'm fucking talking about. This is what I'm talking. Y'all are fucking geniuses. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I was so hyped for this stream. AY3, father, what the fuck? Exactly. He's like, what the? That's. But again, he was confused. But then once he saw the tattoo on the back of my neck, he's like, oh shit. They actually did what they said they were going to do. That's where we get the flashback, right? Again, father of cybernetics. So Maverick, I'm just going to call him Maverick. Maverick was pretty much a genius from the start, right? Again, he lived in a society like imagine living in a society where the majority of people didn't have cybernetics and then you make a breakthrough and then that shit immediately changes. Like, think about what society for people that might be a little bit older in this chat. Imagine the change you guys felt when the internet really wasn't a thing, and then all of a sudden it was. Like, that's when I mean change society. That's how I mean. Like, once the internet was really a thing, it changed society forever. And so he remembers a time where society was just kind of normal. And then he was able to make a breakthrough. And then everything changed because of, I guess in a weird way, he's like the Steve Jobs in a weird, funny way. I actually might make him a little older. I might actually make him like 50 instead of 40. Because I feel like that's a little too young. So, you know what? Instead of 40, I'm going to make him 50, right? Because I want that change to have been in effect for decades. So I'm going to make him 50. Will the ages be mentioned in the story? Oh, absolutely. So, for example, if the program that shit started, I was probably like 5, 6, 7. If I'm talking about the age of me right now, I'm a teenager. I'm 14, 15, 16. Right? This dude is like, you know what? I'm going to make him late 40s. I'm a compromise. I'm going to make him late 40s. Late 40s. Right? So at this point, I'm like a young teenager. I'm like, and so again, we're gonna get to it. So there's a flashback, right? He was the one who was able, because you know, in our current society, like, we have prosthetics, we have all that type of stuff, right? So imagine that, like, our current society, we have prosthetics, we have many different companies working on trying to connect the brain to prosthetic limbs and all that type of stuff. Imagine if this man was able to figure it out. Imagine this man being able to connect the nervous system to the cybernetic, or at the time prosthetic, so that it can move in tune with the brain. And so he kept going. And once he made that breakthrough, it changed the world forever. right? He was he was practically famous overnight. You're telling me that you figured out how to connect the nervous system to the prosthetic. So now you can move the prosthetic exactly like it's your actual leg. Like, he was the one who figured that shit out. And then obviously he kept advancing it, right? Why just stop at a prosthetic? Let's use nanotech and make that shit actually feel like an actual leg. He was the godfather. I don't know if I should say godfather or father of cybernetics. I immediately went godfather, but I might change that later. I'm just going to say godfather for now. He was the godfather of cybernetics. He was the one that was able to make that one breakthrough that changed society, the course of society forever. He was famous practically overnight. People wanted to talk to him. People wanted interviews. He was the biggest guy in the world. Right? But the thing is, you guys need to understand, this research is expensive. Him experimenting and doing all these types of things are expensive, right? He can't fund all this by himself. He's a genius, but he's not a rich man. And so obviously he needs to continue his studies. And so obviously some of the biggest companies at the time and investors were jumping on his ass. He's like, yeah, I'll give you fucking $100 million because you literally just invented cybernetics. The fuck? Yes, we're going to give you money. Yeah. And so that's how he was able to continue his research. And the thing is, he also decided to teach other people, right? It wasn't just him. These were the first groups of blacksmiths, right? He was the first blacksmith. And him teaching other people how to do what he does, they were the first group of blacksmiths. Right? Because he's obviously like, well, I'm only one man. I can't keep making all this stuff by myself. I need to teach other people, teach other smart people how to do this so that this is more accessible to everyone. Makes a lot of sense, right? Makes a lot of sense, right? He wants to teach it to other people so that those people can then help him on his journey. Because again, he's a very intelligent guy, but there are other intelligent people all over the world, right? He wants some of the smartest people to help him so that he can make this shit more accessible, right? As smart as he is, a few brains is a lot better than just one. Neurosmiths? Ooh, neurosmiths. That's a very interesting one. Neurosmiths. I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket. Because again, blacksmith is just a temporary name, right? It like, obviously we're talking about cyberpunk and you're talking about a blacksmith. What the fuck are you talking about? And again, it doesn't have to be smith, right? You can come up with a completely different term that isn't related to anything. But yeah, he was the person who was able to figure it out, and he taught other people, other smart people, how to do it because he didn't want to do this alone. Again, as smart as he was, multiple smart brains in one room is better than one. And so he has all these new apprentices now that he has to teach how to do this. And then he has all these companies and investors banking on him because he literally just invented cybernetics, right? And so he's on top of the world. Biotechnician. I was techsmith. I think biotechnician is a little bit of a mouthful. You know what I mean? Biotechnician, right? That sounds cool to me, but imagine someone being like, so a biotechnician. So, like, imagine repeating that over and over again. I like techsmith. I think techsmith is a pretty cool one. Something easy to say. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I think a biotechnician is an actual occupation. But anyway, he's on top of the fucking world. He's the genius that cracked the fucking code. He cracked the fucking code, right? And as he's on top of the world and he has all these investors. Oh, is the official name. But then like TechSmith is just an easier way of saying it. Okay, I'm down for that. For sure. Biotechnician. So if you were like to put it on an application, it would be a biotechnician. But people just call them TechSmiths, right? Should go along with the biological part, hence the neuro in my suggestion. I honestly think that is very smart because again, to clarify, in this world, cybernetics is the concept of connecting the body to technology or connecting it to robotic limbs. That is what cybernetics is. Obviously, people just say it's cybernetics, right? But the cybernetics in this world is when body and technology intertwine. If you want a very specific definition. Cybernetics is when the body and technology intertwine. That's what that means in this world. And so, he's on top of the world. Maverick is on top of the world. He has his apprentices. He has all these investors. He feels like he's going to make a real change. Right? Imagine all the disabled people he can help. Imagine all the people and the thing is, this isn't just prosthetic legs. This can be eyes. This can be organs, all this type of stuff. Right? Imagine what good he can do in the world. And then one fucking day, as he's in his lab doing his thing, his apprentices are doing his thing. One of his assistants approach him and he's like, hey, there's someone who wants to talk to you. And he's like, oh, I wonder who it is. Is it another investor? Is it like another like corporation who wants to work with him? Whatever. He goes with his assistant to meet this person. He looks very similar, but a little younger. But he looks very similar to that CEO that I saw talk about military plans. So TechSmith would be making art, but the neuro. Oh, okay, I see that. Okay, I see what you guys are doing in the thing. So the TechSmiths are like the people that make they do the repairs and are able to do basic stuff. But then the neurosmiths are the actual people that connect the body to cybernetics. I see. So TechSmiths are the nurses' apprentices. I like that. It's like, bro, nah, I'm just a TechSmith. I'm not a neurosmith. You gotta go to a buddy over there. But anyway, that person, that guy that wants to see him, looks very similar to the CEO that I was listening to. That was talking to that, I guess now neurosmith, not blacksmith anymore, neurosmith, about military plans and what he was going to do with these fucking children. Very similar looking person, but just a little younger. Right? And so the CEO approaches him. He's like, I am such a big fan. I am such a big fan of you. And everyone in the world is such a big fan of you. Right? You have changed the world with your mind and your genius. Maverick he's giggling. He's like, thank you so much. He's taking the compliments. He is on his fucking high horse right now. But then the CEO is like, hey, well, have you ever thought about, I don't know, like patenting the whole concept of cybernetics, you know. Like you don't want anyone taking your work, you know. You don't want anyone to like steal credit from you, right? Maverick, he's looking at the CEO. He's like, well, I don't really fucking care about people taking it. If more people learn about how to do it, then the world, it will be a net positive. I don't really care. But the CEO's like, no. You need to patent that shit, and you need that shit on lockdown, right? You are the man, right? And the thing is, if you work with me specifically, I can make you even bigger than you are before. I can make you even bigger than you are before. With my again, because at the time the CEO's corporation, which is now Project X, it was big, but it wasn't the biggest. But he's talking Maverick up. He's like, hey, if you work with me, you'll be the biggest. Well, he said, well, I'm already pretty big. But he's like, no, you don't fucking understand. Think about it. You'll get more sponsors under me. More sponsors, more money. More money to fund your little cybernetic project, whatever. Right? What the police force be like in the world, or the military forces, medical staff, and all that type of thing, right? So we're going back in time a little bit. So how military and the police and all those types of stuff work. If we're talking about pre-cybernetic, it's pretty much the same as it is in the real world. But the thing is, once cybernetics were introduced, everything fucking changed, right? Some jobs were gained, some jobs were lost, right? Think about it. Hey, why the fuck do I need to go to a doctor and like do all of this and all of that? If I could just, like, for example, let's say your arm is like, it's pretty much far gone. Maybe you've broken it to the point where you can't even use it anymore, all that type of stuff. Instead of like getting surgery or like getting care to like take care of you for the rest of the life, why don't you just get cybernetic, right? And so that's a very good question. Like, again, when I say that the invention of cybernetics shook up everything, it means everything. Thousands of jobs were lost. Like how many, like, why should I even go to a doctor if I can just go to a fucking neurosmith, right? Why the fuck would I go to a doctor? My leg is bothering me, just cut that shit off and give me a cybernetic. You know what I mean? Right? It literally reshaped the world from the inside out. Right? It reshaped everything. It was the police, right? And again, think about it. During this time, obviously the corpos were they're creeping up in power, right? They're creeping up in power. But they're not like so powerful that they can just take control of everything yet. We're not at that point, right? But anyway, the CEO is like, hey, if you work with us, we'll make sure you get the money you need for this like cybernetic stuff, and you can continue your studies, and we'll get sponsors on all that type of stuff. And Maverick is kind of falling for it. He's a young genius, but he's still young. Like, when I say young, I'm talking about early 20s. That's what I mean by young. So he's still, even though he is genius when it comes to all that type of stuff, he's a little gullible. He's like, okay, you'll make me bigger. You'll get me more money to fund this type of shit. Let's do it. But then the CEO's like, wait a minute. One caveat. I have one caveat, by the way. Whenever you make another breakthrough, whatever it is, big or small, don't release it out into the public immediately. Don't release it out into the public immediately. And he's like, what do you mean don't release it out into the public immediately? right? And he's like, in exchange for helping you get more sponsors and get more money to fund this whole thing, I want to be your first tester. I want my corporation to be your patient zero, you know? Anything you make, I want to try it out first. How's your day? I'm good. Inflame. I'm Infame. I'm very glad that you're here. I'm in the middle of explaining some lore, so I appreciate you coming in. Never trust him. He's doing a big, yeah. He's like, I want to be the first one to try out your shit before you release it out into the public. And again, Mavericks, he's kind of like, why? And it's like, well, he's lying through his fucking teeth, by the way. He's like, well, you know, I want to be the patient zero so that if something were to go wrong, it would go through me first so that you won't get fucking sued into the ground, you know, all that type of thing. Right? I want it to go through me first. And he's like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I don't want to get sued. Right? He wants, yeah, pretty much exclusivity rights. Right? Again, he's not saying you can't release it. It's just you can't release it immediately. You have to keep it all hush hush. And I get to experiment with it first. And then you get to release it out into the public. Do we have a deal? Maverick is thinking about it. And I'm like, well, it's not that bad. It's still going to get out to the people. It's just going to be tested out first, right? Because again, it makes sense, right? It took him so much trial and error for him to even get to the point that he invented cybernetics. So imagine having tests on a bigger scale so that he can fail faster and harder and improve things. He can fail fast so that he can improve things faster. He thinks about it and he's like, okay, I'm down for that. And the CEO shakes his hand. And he's like, I'm very glad that we are in a partnership now. So at first, things explode, right? Everyone is so super, first it was the disabled and all those types of people that got to try it out first. They're like, holy shit. And then there are like regular people that might have like diseases, right? Or they were born with a certain disease that made their body crippled. Then it was them. Then there were some normal people that are like, wait, what if I just like got a cybernetic? Obviously, it took a lot longer for like able-bodied people to adapt it because it's like, well, we work perfectly fine. You know, like our body works perfectly fine. But then when some crazy people actually like get their limbs cut off to get cybernetics and they turn out to genuinely be better, they're like, oh shit, this is revolutionary. Now, Maverick is working with the CEO, right? They're working together. Maverick makes another breakthrough, but he doesn't release it out into the public. He tells the CEO, hey, I did this. The CEO is like, oh my God, you are so amazing. You're so smart. All that type of stuff. In the background, the tests, technically the CEO is fulfilling his part of the bargain. He is testing it so that Maverick knows what to improve on, right? But the thing is, he's testing it for his own reasons, right? He kind of pushes Maverick in a certain direction. It's like, what would it be like in the military? What would your cybernetics be like in the military? Do you know how this would change the world forever? Do you know how wars and conflict will be solved in the future because of this? Imagine a whole army of super soldiers full of cybernetics. Maverick, he's not really like into that. He's kind of like, well, I'm here to help people. I'm not trying to make armies and stuff. I'm not trying to make armies or anything, right? I'm not trying to do all that. But the CEO's like, think of the money though. Do you know how you would be rewarded if you help the military complex, where you have to give cybernetics certain jobs as an increase in efficiency. Exactly. It's like, hey, can I, like, I have some people in my corporation that he like lend them like cybernetics, and he was like, sure, why not? It'll improve efficiency. That is the point of cybernetics, is to improve lives all over. Right? And again, Maverick's, he's still naive. He's getting a little older, but he's still naive, right? The CEO's playing him like a goddamn fiddle. But the thing is, it gets complicated because Maverick and the CEO actually kind of form an actual friendship, like a kind of genuine one, right? Because we're working with each other practically every day. So it's like this twisted friendship that they have, right? Maverick sees the more optimistic side, right? The CEO, he knows he's playing this dude like a fiddle, but he can't help but feel a certain way towards him, right? Like they occasionally grab beers together, you know? They occasionally hang out and all that type of thing, right? It's not like everything's purely transactional, right? There is a relationship there. And it was a very strong one for a very long time. It's not exactly yaoi. It's not exactly yaoi. I was thinking about that, but it's not yaoi per se. They're not in a romantic relationship, but it is like a weird twisted friendship where it's like Maverick's completely oblivious and he genuinely thinks this dude is his friend, and then the CEO knows exactly what he's doing, but he got himself attached. He did. Like, they do help each other in times of need, you know? Maybe CEO's stressed about something, Maverick listens to him. Maybe Maverick's having a hard time figuring out something about cybernetics and he's close to another breakthrough and the CEO offers him a beer. It's a weird, twisted friendship. Some sort of abilities in the world, or more character studies, or was it more the character studies that we were thinking of? Kind of a mixture of both, right? And so they developed this weird twist, and it's weird. It's very weird because in some places it genuinely feels like they are like best friends, but then other places we know who's playing who, right? But then it comes to a certain point. That even though they're developing a twisted friendship, the CEO becomes more demanding. He's like, hey, I need you to figure this, and this out. And Maverick's like, damn, this shit takes time, okay? I can't just do things on a fucking whim. This shit takes time, right? And so they start having their spurts. They start having their arguments, right? The CEO's hovering money over his head. Well, you need to fucking listen to me or your whole cybernetic shit is not going to get funded. I will make sure you are blacklisted from every single investor and company so that they can't fund your shit and you won't be able to help anyone. You'll be a fucking nobody. Obviously, Maverick doesn't want that, right? Because he wants to help people. And so he even though he grumbles to himself, he keeps it to himself, right? But the thing is, it's sowing a small division in between them, right? The CEO's clearly using this for military power and political power. Maverick is trying to help people, right? And there's a division that slowly begins to sow because their goals at the end of the day are different. Good night. See y'all next stream. I hesitantly decided to actually sleep for once. Have a good sleep. Have a very good sleep. Make sure to get some good sleep, okay? But anyway, right? There's this division, right? And so Maverick starts getting a little fucking suspicious. He's over here like, why the fuck are you keep asking me to do all these fucking improvements? This shit takes time. You understand that. You're being fucking extra for no reason. And so Maverick's like, you know what? What the fuck are y'all even... What experiments are you even fucking conducting? What are you even doing? What the fuck are y'all doing? Because again, Maverick wasn't really paying attention. He just trusted the CEO. Hey, I do the experiments. You keep making advancements. We keep making money. Boom. Right? But one day Maverick's like, you know what? Fuck. Let me figure out what the fuck y'all are fucking doing. So Maverick goes into the CEO's place one day. The CEO does not know. Think the stream will be. I'm going to break this up into parts. So I could probably it could probably be 6 hours. I have to go to. My brain is screaming at me. Yeah, absolutely. Again, if you guys need to go and sleep, go and sleep. Again, you can always rewatch the VOD. It's okay. Again, and I know I'm a fucking slow talker, so I'm probably boring the fuck out of you. Y'all are probably like, when is this bitch gonna shut the fuck up? When is this bitch gonna shut the fuck up? Fuck, spend your money on yourself. Jeez. Holy fucking shit, Vex. You're unfucking believable. Genuinely unbelievable. I'm trying. Marcus, sweetheart, go to sleep. Turn off Twitch. Turn off your phone. Drink some water and go to bed. Be here with you all night, working overnight anyways. Oh my god, imagine you just hear me talking about my lore while you're working. No, I have friends to buy things for. I'll help you leave. Is that a threat, Karth? Is that a fucking threat? Are you threatening my man? Don't threaten Marcus. Don't threaten him. What? No. Untime him out. Karth. Untime him out. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on. Where the fuck is Marcus? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. They can talk when they get back. Why are you so fucking aggressive? Golly. Anyway, he loves it. Well, he only likes it when I do it. You're different. You're not me, so it's different. Right, Marcus? It's much different, right? Now my stubbornness is acting up and I don't want to leave. Look what you did, Karth. Now I blame you because now he's not going to get any sleep because he wants to be a fucking rebel. No! Stop! Stop! Stop. Don't do that. Stop. 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 I'm being abused, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Karth, calm your fucking ass down. Holy shit. Right? Let him fall asleep naturally, right? Because you're making him stubborn. Just go to sleep. Well, not everyone can fall asleep like you, okay? God damn. Yeah, exactly. He didn't do anything wrong. You underestimate my hatred for being told what to do. Exactly! Bro, that's what I'm saying. Just let him fall asleep naturally. Not like he said. Vex, watch yourself. Beans on toast. Beans on toast. Beans on toast. Oh my god. Y'all are so fucking ridiculous. Hello. Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. Bam. There we go. Fuck you. Oh my god. You said you needed to leave. Why don't you just fucking leave? Bitch. Fuck you. Yeah, that's why I got rid of them. Because they're a fucking bot. Hold on, y'all. Someone's violent today. I know, right? Hold on, y'all. I gotta take a pee break. So if you need to take a pee break, do that. God, I got pissed so fucking bad. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, but I got some more food because I got hungry again. Okay, checking DMs. Got it. Holy shit. Got sick fucking 8. By the way, y'all, we have a Discord. If you go to my Twitch in About page, I have a link to it. So if you want to join the community and see femboys on your screen, then you can join our Discord. Bro. What the fuck? Who's sending me Steam gifts on Steam? What the fuck? Holy fucking shit. God damn. Holy fuck. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Oh my god, y'all were just screaming at me like, "You're late! You're late! You were late! You were gone for like you started the stream, but you didn't start till like 20 minutes." And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up! I was drying." If I knew I was yes, it would have done. No, Marcus, you've done enough. No. No. I will take the collar. I said no. Sit your fucking ass down. Yes, ma'am. Good job. Good job. God, this is so fucking good. Anyway, I'm gonna sleep now. All about you. Hey, send me the document there so I can read it when I wake up. Okay. Anyway, let's continue the story, right? So, the CEO and Maverick were having like a tension between their relationship. And so Maverick is getting frustrated. He's over here like, "You're demanding all this shit from me. This shit takes time. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't understand why you're being so demanding all of a sudden." And so Maverick is finally like, "You know what? Fuck you. What the fuck? What type of experiments have you been fucking doing anyway?" And so Maverick visits the building one day. He's over here. He wants to see for himself what the fuck the CEO has been doing. Oh, crazy name probably smashes cans in his head. Hey, Rafe. Hello. I'm in the middle of explaining my lore. I'm on episode 1, right? So yeah, this should no, it's a backstory for sure. Again, I'm laying it out in a way where you guys understand it. But if this was a TV show, the arrangement of all of these events would be different. Like, for example, how I introduced you to the like experiments and how I got in there. If I was to actually do a TV show, that episode wouldn't be the first episode. It'd be like, oh, excuse me. It'd be like episode like 3, not 3. It would be like 4 or 5, right? I'm just laying it out in a way where you guys understand. But if this was like an actual TV show, like an actual TV show or anime or whatever, it wouldn't be framed like this. This, how your parents met? No, lore as in my VTuber lore. So I thought like, no. My VTuber lore. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Again, I'm not, to be honest, if you want to catch up on what I've said, you're probably going to have to go back to the VOD. Because I've said a lot. Okay, anyway. So Maverick goes to the CEO's place. He's over here like, I want to know what the fuck type of experiments y'all been doing this entire time. Because y'all pissing me off, and I'm actually curious. What experiments have you been doing? He goes there, and when he realizes the experiments that the CEO does to like test out his new cybernetics whenever he makes a new breakthrough, his heart sinks in his chest. It's all military stuff, all military related, seeing how strong the cybernetic can take before it breaks, all that type of stuff. Right? How is this helping anyone? Right? Maverick's goal with cybernetics is to help people. How does training for war, how does seeing how strong a cybernetic is so that they can defeat their opponent? A person with cybernetics can defeat their opponent. How does this help anybody? How does this help anyone? And so Maverick is pissed the fuck off. He's over here like, I need to see the fucking CEO now, because if I don't, I'm about to tweak the fuck out. Because you said you were doing experiments. I didn't know you're fucking doing military training. What the fuck is this? So he eventually meets up with the CEO. He's like, we need to fucking talk, right? Maverick is obviously angry. The CEO probably caught on to why he's angry, and he's like, okay, so I guess you figured it out. And Maverick's over here like, why the fuck are you doing this? You said that if I let you like help me get sponsors and work with you, I will help people. How does you testing my cybernetics on military men and women help anyone? How does it help anyone? Well, and then the CEO is probably like, well, the politics and all that shit still matters. Like, we don't live in a world of peace. We don't live in world peace. Not everyone is fucking kumbaya with each other. Whether we like it or not, like, military is important. But the thing is, like, well, we could maybe think about that shit after. Can we focus on helping disabled people? Can we focus on helping people that might have weak bodies due to things out of their control? Can we focus on that? Can we do that instead? Or even just helping able-bodied people just be better, you know? Why can't we do that? And then the CEO tries to pull up, like, you're fucking naive. Because, again, the CEO is older than Maverick, right? Maverick is still in his 20s. If I had to say the CEO's age, the CEO's probably, like, in his, like, early 30s. All right, so there's a bit of a gap between them. He's trying to do like this whole, this is the real world. Like, we need to advance our military because all the countries are not going to wait for us. All the other states, whatever, they're not going to wait for us. Right? We have to, whether you like it or not, all this type of stuff. And then Maverick's also continuing to questioning him. Well, if at least we're going to do military training, shouldn't the government be doing that? Why the fuck are you, a CEO of a privatized company, training your combatants for the military of the government? Are you a government contractor? Because the last time I checked, you weren't. right? And so the CEO kind of feels like they know where this is gonna go, right? There's a good chance that Marcus, or not Marcus, sorry, I saw your name and I not Marcus, I meant Maverick. Yeah, Maverick's gonna want to pull out of this partnership. No, you didn't do anything. I accidentally said Marcus instead of Maverick. He wants to pull out of this. He's probably gonna go to another company, all that type of stuff. All that type of thing. Right, and again, they had like this twisted friendship. So in a weird way, they cared about each other. But obviously Maverick feels betrayed by what the CEO's doing. CEO's still trying to convince Maverick, like, hey, whether you like it or not, politics don't just change, don't like go away overnight. Whether you like it or not and all that type of stuff. Well, the thing is, at least if we're going to have a military, you might as well have the government control it. Why the fuck are you in particular, a private company, training your fucking combatants for? Right? And so that causes a separation between them. Right? Because again, one wants to use cybernetics to help people. The other one, not so much. But the thing is, the CEO doesn't want like Maverick to like go to another company and do all that type of stuff. So what the CEO does is the CEO did pretty much what good CEOs do. They blacklist him. They start smear campaigns, right? You need to hate this motherfucker, right? And do you know how the CEO smears this man? The CEO goes and like does speeches and talks, and the CEO is like, hey, you know, like your beloved Maverick, the one who invented cybernetics and all that type of stuff, he only invented it for military power, right? We were working together, right? And I thought we were on the same page. But he's trying to pretend like he's this innocent man. No, he was doing this for for military power. That's why we work together, all that type of stuff. And so even though that did technically hit the CEO's reputation, like everyone's like, well, they're a fucking CEO. He's a fucking but the Maverick, the godfather of cybernetics, he worked with the CEO to do military stuff. And the thing is, the technically it's true. It's just the fact that Maverick didn't know that. Until recently. And so smear campaign after smear campaign after smear campaign. Maverick went from one of the most beloved people in the world, if not the most beloved, to now people having division about him, right? Some people are still like, well, he still invented cybernetics and I use it and it helps me in everyday life. But then other people are like, well, this is a fucking slippery slope. What happens if what the CEO was saying was true? He purely did this for military power, right? What about other countries? How are they going to fucking react to this? All that type of stuff. I never wanted to be super militarized. That was never the point of any of this. And so this causes a division. Some people still like Maverick. Some people don't like him as much, right? But the thing is, Maverick went away, but not his apprentices, right? Remember I told you that Maverick wanted to work with other people because multiple brains is much better than one. But the thing is, the CEO talks to them. They're like, hey, Maverick pretty much told you everything you needed to know, right? And if we compensate you well, if we compensate you, I want you to continue to do pretty much what Maverick was doing. Take his place. take his place. A lot of them said yes. Some of them said no. So some of them left because they didn't agree with the fucking CEO. But for others, the CEO's offers were so good, they're like, I might as well take it. You know what I mean? And so Maverick's name was fucking slandered into being the super militant dude, and the purpose of him making the cybernetics was for the military, when that wasn't true. And some of his apprentices that he helped train to pretty much do this are now working for the CEO. So they don't really need Maverick anymore. Even though Maverick is still smarter in many different ways, they pretty much work as a good substitute for him, right? So they continue to keep making breakthroughs and all that different type of stuff, right? Now, obviously, the CEO wants more of these apprentices, right? Because he's not going to get Maverick back. That's not happening. That's not happening. But the thing is, he needs more apprentices. He needs more people that are able to do cybernetics. He needs more of them. He needs more of them. Because his apprentices are not, all the apprentices are very young, but they're not going to last forever. They're soon going to grow old. They're not going to think as well. They're not going to be as sharp. And so there needs to be a rotating cycle of new apprentices coming in and out. And so, remember what I said before. The neurosmiths, or the people that know how to connect the body to cybernetics, they're practically doctors, right? You can go to school and learn how to do it, but it takes a certain type of person to do it. All right, not everyone's gonna be a neurosmith, but the CEO doesn't need everybody. He just needs enough people rotating in and out, so that he can pick some of them up and continue using them for his research. Right? And so, again, the CEO in a lot of these big corporations have a lot of influence over politics. And so it's very convenient that all of a sudden they're sponsoring and investing in programs they're sponsoring and investing in programs that will help, that will teach people how to be, neurosmiths themselves. Right, a lot of those apprentices became professors themselves, because obviously the CEO asked for it and be like, hey, I need y'all to keep teaching. Hi, the milk for your dad. Hi, I'm in the middle of explaining my lore. That's why everyone's kind of chill. I'm in the middle of explaining my lore a little bit. Episode 1. This is a long episode. But again, this is supposed to be a flashback, right? If this was a real show, it wouldn't be as long. But anyway, it's very convenient that all of a sudden schools all over the place start against corporations and stuff like that. Because again, it's obviously the CEO owns the biggest corporation so far, but obviously all these other corporations are in it as well. Right? So they know, like, all of them, they're run by CEOs. They think the same. They see what the CEO of Project X is doing. They're like, yeah, we're pretty much gonna do. Yeah. So they're giving out sponsorships. They're giving out scholarships. They're over here like, hey, if you learn how to do this, first off, the education all of a sudden has classes on teaching people how to do this. Secondly, these corporations are giving out sponsorships. Like, oh my God, you'll get a full ride for education. You'll get a full fucking ride if you decide to be a neurosmith. Now, obviously, a lot of like, this was technically a new job now, right? This is a new job in the world, right? Now that cybernetics was a thing, this was a new profession. And so a lot of people were excited and they wanted to try it out. Obviously, a lot of people then realized how hard the fuck doing cybernetics is, and slowly the numbers quickly dwindled down. Because again, you probably have to be smarter than a doctor. You probably have to be better than a doctor to be a neurosmith. Hi. Hello. I saw that you followed. I'm so glad that you followed, and I'm so glad that you're here. I'm explaining my lore right now, if you're wondering. We're all chilling and having a good time. And I hope you stick around. It's gonna sound, I'm kind of in the middle of explaining, so you might be a little lost, but you know, all that type of thing. But I'm glad you're here. All right, but anyway, the CEO and all these other CEOs of these big corporations are sponsoring and giving sponsorships to all these people that want to become neurosmiths. Again, the numbers quickly dwindle down because you have to be just as smart, if not smarter than a doctor or a surgeon to be a neurosmith. But the thing is, slowly people start to graduate, and some of them were now neurosmiths. And now it was an official certification that you can get. And now a lot of them were working for a lot of the corporations and all that type of stuff. But a lot of them did go out and actually like do this type of thing for the good of the world. Because at the end of the day, they can't control every single one. So some of them went to the corporation. Some of them actually helped the world. And so due to that, slowly over time, cybernetics became more and more normalized, right? But the thing is, it did shake up society. The healthcare system was kind of fucked up now because it's like, well, why the fuck would I like, if I have a fractured ankle, I'll just get cybernetics. If instead of I'll do all that type. So it did make the world go out of whack for a little bit. But that's that we can work on that part specifically later. But the thing is, while all this was happening, Maverick was just somewhere. You know what I mean? Right? Because at this point, right? So obviously the CEO put a smear campaign on people. Put a smear campaign on him saying that he deliberately made this shit for military purposes when it wasn't true. Right? It wasn't true. And the thing is, a lot of people were split. But the thing is, they're now seeing these corporations sponsoring people and sponsoring people to become neurosmith so that they can help, quote unquote, help people. So then that the CEO's reputation immediately starts getting better already because it's like, well, he's funding the young minds so that they can do neurosmith and they can improve cybernetics and they can improve everyone's life, right? And all that type of stuff. So his reputation quickly recovered, but Maverick's not so much, right? He booed at all that type of thing. And so he decided to go into hiding and all that type of stuff. That brings us back to the present day. I'm in my pod with these cybernetic legs that I didn't have before because my legs were cut off in the prologue. Right? I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, the fuck you mean the godfather of cybernetics? You're joking, right? Like the godfather as in the legend himself, the godfather. Maverick, now older, again, he's pushing to his 50s. He's like, yeah. Again, if this was a TV show, I would not have revealed that. But I'm just laying out the lore. And so, again, I asked him, why did you save me? What was the point? I was pretty much on the brink of death. And he's like, well, that was the purpose of all of this. The cybernetics, everything. That was the point of it, was to help people. You are that was the point. I was like, I see. All right. So now I got a new set of cybernetic legs. Again, not the cybernetic eyes yet. I wasn't there yet. Right? But then Maverick keeps talking. He's like, but the world has changed so much there because that boom where the cybernetics became very popular. There was a different time. Everyone was so excited and all that type of stuff. But now we're in the present day where it seems like most people are poor and only the rich get to have whatever they want. And so he's like, yeah, the world didn't used to look like this. It used to be a lot brighter, a lot more fun, a lot more exciting. But then over time, they fucking took over, inch by inch. They took the corporations, they took my apprentices and all that apprentices, and then they taught more people so that they can just have a constant stream of people be coming in and out. Right. And again, a lot of them do decide to actually help people and are getting certified to help people. But a lot of them are working for those corporations. Again, remember that neurosmith that was talking to the CEO when I was spying on him? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly who I was like. Those it wasn't necessarily like the original apprentices, but like those are like that was like a neurosmith that is helping him out. And so part of me is like, I didn't even know what to do. I obviously I was grateful. Like I was surprised, but I was grateful. I'm like, oh my God, you like saved me and all that type of stuff. I'm very grateful. All that type of thing. And I'm like, and this is where it gets interesting. I'm over here like, how can I ever repay you? You pretty much saved my life. And now I have cybernetic legs. How can I repay you? Maverick looks me dead ass in the eyes and says, you can pay back the debt. And I'm like, what debt? What debt? And I'm like, well, the cybernetic legs cost me a lot of money, so you have to pay back the debt. And I'm like, well, I was on the edge of death, and I didn't ask you to save me. The fuck you mean pay the debt? And I'm like, you gotta pay the debt. If you want to repay me for me saving you, you're gonna have to repay the debt, right? Again, cybernetics now, especially during this time, costs a lot of money. He's over here, you just need to repay me, right? I'm over here looking at, I'm like, bro, I just escaped the facility that I found out from that fucking CEO that I found out was trying to use those children, which that was the group of kids I was a part of, as fucking military bots, whatever. That type of thing. But the thing is, I was reluctant. I'm reluctant. And I'm just like, you know what? You know what? That's the fucking least I can do. You saved my life, all that type of bullshit. Let me repay your fucking debt. And how expensive is it? Oh, it's like $100,000. I'm like, what the fuck? You 100? Oh, well, it's technically more. It's more, technically like 200,000, but like I reduced it a little bit. 200,000? How the fuck am I supposed to pay that? I'm a fucking child. Again, during this period of time, I'm like 14. I'm actually gonna say I'm like 15, 16. I'm 15, 16. I've never had a job. I've been living in that facility for most of my life. The fuck you mean? How the fuck am I supposed to repay this debt? I don't know how to get a job. I don't know how the fucking outside world works. And he's like, he just looks at me. He's like, you gotta figure it out. And I'm like, the fuck, figure it out? So you saved me even though I didn't ask for it. And now you want me to repay a debt even though yeah. Brahim, I have a question. Go for it. Ask the question that you have. If we assume that CEO wanted to strengthen the military force, then doesn't that force us to make a target nation or enemy as to why he's doing it? I think it doesn't make sense for him to strengthen the military just because. That is a very good question. And that is one of the that is one of the holes in the plot that I'm working on trying to figure out, right? Because I'm like, I want him to build this military bot thing, whatever, but that is one of the plot holes that I'm trying to figure out. That's a very good question, right? So I want him to make this military, and he's using these kids, but why? I still haven't figured that out. For me, I'm like, maybe he wants to take control of the entire city, as in he is the only corporation, right? But I'm like, is that big enough? And again, like you said, this is a whole military, right? Whenever military shit is involved, it usually means that you're in conflict with another nation or state or country or something like that. So that is a very good question, right? For me, my original thought process was he wants to take over everything, right? Like right up here. He only owns 75. Oh, sorry. He only owns 70 to 70%, 75% of the city. He wants all of that shit. But the thing is, logically, the other corporations are probably doing the same thing he's doing. So obviously that is a genuine plot hole that I'm trying to figure out. But I'm glad that you asked that question. See, this is why I'm doing the lore stream, because that is a part of the lore that I haven't figured out myself. But I'll keep going. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. You saved my life. Whatever, I'll repay the debt somehow, right? So, right? Again, you need to take in consideration that I'm like a teenager at this point in the thing. Exactly. I think the strengthening military just because he wants to control the city is kind of not making sense. That's what I'm thinking. Is the fact that I feel like that isn't big enough. Right, so he wants to control whole military just so that he can take over the whole city when he owns pretty much 70 to 75% of it. Like, yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like that's just not big enough. And so I've been thinking, all right, 'tis time. Good night, Queen. Good night. And so that's what I'm thinking, is the fact that it's either I need to make it like a bigger like conflict thing, or I need to change what the CEO is doing. So it's either I make it a bigger conflict, or I have to change what the CEO is doing, because strengthening the military, all that type of shit. Because it's either one or the other, because it's not going to work out, because logically it just doesn't. Anyway, so anyway, I'm like, also, hi. Why do you call me a poopy head every time you come into my goddamn stream? What's the point of this? Yeah, I probably need a whole arc for that backstory. Oh yeah, for sure. That is something I need to figure out. And I need to flesh out the CEO more, for sure. Because it's fun, right? Because it's fun. Because it's fun. Anyway. But yeah, that is something I need to flesh out. So the thing is, now I'm saddled with this debt that I fucking owe the so-called godfather of cybernetics. I'm over here like, bro, are you like? I bet that was a fucking lie. That was a fucking lie. But I genuinely felt obligated to pay back the debt because he saved my life. So I'm just like, fuck it, whatever. So I try to find a job, right? I now have cybernetic legs. So that means that I have a better chances of like finding a job and all that type of stuff. All that type of stuff. I have a better chance. And so I eventually get a job. And start paying back my fucking debts to him. I start paying off my debt to him. But the thing is, as I slowly, over time, pay this debt, something starts to brew. Like inside of me, right? Because I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So I literally got sent to this facility by my parents who now we know is the fact that they sold off their children because we're fucking poor as fuck, right? And the thing is, they would make sure, the company said they would make sure we're taken care of as long as you give us your child, right? I was then blissfully unaware that this was actually supposed to be some military option. I then try to spread the word, but then they try to kill me. And then I had to jump off a roof, and then my lower half was separated from me. And then the godfather of the goddamn cybernetics had to come save me. I fucking hate this company. Who would have thought? I fucking hate this goddamn company. And I hate my parents too, because fuck them, right? Fuck them. So something starts to stew inside me. Hatred, sadness, all this type of stuff, right? I genuinely wanted to owe this dude the debt. But I was like, the more I really thought about everything that has happened to me, the more angry I feel. I've gone through all this bullshit. I had my legs separated from me. And now I'm just supposed to work a job so that I can pay back the supposed godfather of cybernetics back for him attaching cybernetic legs to me that I never fucking asked for. Is this what we're doing? Is this what I'm doing? I wanted to get fucking back at everybody. I especially wanted to get back at that fucking company. But the thing is, I'm just 15, 16. I don't know the fuck I'm doing. How am I a 15, 16-year-old who is now in debt, supposed to fight back against a big corporation who's actively making military progress and using the kids in there that I thought were like my friends for his own gain? What was I supposed to do? Well, the thing is, I was on the rooftop, right? Run away, survive, that type of thing, right? And so, right? That's exactly what I'm thinking about. I'm like, bro, fuck. Like, I genuinely appreciate him saving my life, but I need to go after this fucking company. Right? I need to go after this company. After what they did to me. For cutting off my hips and legs. For deceiving me for all these years. I have to get back at them. I wasn't going to let that shit slide. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so one night I was planning on ditching the Maverick, the supposed godfather of cybernetics, and just going about my way and trying to figure out how the fuck I'm going to take down this company. Right as I'm about to sneak out and leave, the lights turn on and Maverick is standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorway. He's over here looking at me like, where the fuck do you think you're going? I look at him. I say nowhere. Obvious lie. He then looks at me and he said, I have trackers. I put trackers in your cybernetic legs. I was like, fuck you. You fucking bitch. Right? He looks at me. I'm like, I need you to pay off that debt. You're not going to run away from me. I'm like, oh, so this is a hostage situation now. I have to pay back the debt? Like, I have to? Yeah, as in like trackers. So apparently this dude put trackers in my cybernetic legs. And so I'm like, what are you gonna fucking do about it? I could just kick you with my now cybernetic legs. And he said I could just make them shut down, you know? Right? I am the Godfather. I am the Neurosmith. I am the original. Right? I know the body and cybernetics inside and out. I can shut your legs off right now. And you wouldn't be able to walk. You wouldn't be able to walk at all. You'll be crawling on the ground just the same way. You're gonna crawl on the ground the same way you did that night I found you. That pisses me off because I'm like, the fuck over here. I was about to show him, and then he did exactly what he said he was gonna do. He shut down my legs, and I fall down on the floor. I tried to scramble my way towards him because I'm fucking angry, but the cybernetic legs are heavy as fuck. Right? They're intertwined with my body because, again, cybernetics means that the cybernetics are in the technology is intertwined with my body, and they're heavy as fuck. So imagine a girl that used to have no hips and no legs now has a cybernetic legs, but then they shut down. They're heavy as fuck. I'm trying to crawl towards him. I'm trying to fight him. I can't do that because now I'm just a torso and arms and a head that just so happens to have cybernetic legs attached to me that don't fucking work. I'm spitting at him. I'm like, fuck you, right? But then, exactly, he's stingy as fuck, right? And I'm like, fuck you. I just want to get back at the fucking company, right? Like, I just want to get my fucking revenge. And then he looks at me and he's like, I know. I understand how you feel. That's why I need you to stay. Right? Because remember earlier, he realized the tattoo on the back of my neck that signified that I was like a test subject for the CEO. Right? Whenever, back in the day, Maverick was finding out what experiments the CEO was really doing. This isn't the first batch of kids. This isn't the first time the CEO has done this to children at all. Far from it, actually. The only difference was that it was like a public service announcement where it's like, oh my God, if you give us your kids, then like that was the first time, but they've been doing it he's been doing that this entire time, just on the down low, right? This is not the first time. So Maverick seeing a young child like me having a tattoo on the back of my neck like that is not new. It's not. He's seen it before. Whole situations that you could actually either make Maverick a good person who's doing all of that to save you, or a villain who's deceiving you to take over the corp or something like that. I know, right? I know. And so I'm looking at him. I'm like, you understand? And he looks at me and I'm like, yeah, I do. I understand why you hate this company. Obviously, they did horrible things to you. They literally just cut off your hips and legs. But I understand the feeling of being deceived, right? Because Maverick was deceived by the CEO about what he was doing with the experiments, right? He looks at me, he's like, I know how it feels to be deceived, right? That company that you just came from, it's not good at all. And I have a history with that company myself. He would learn to love you as if you were his own, right? I was thinking about having that type of relationship, but I wanted it to be more of a like apprentice master relationship. And you'll understand what I mean by that later. And so he looks at me, he's like, yeah, I understand. I have history with that company. At first I get mad because I'm like, what do you mean you have history with that company? Did you used to work with that company? Is that what you mean by that? You have a history? I hate you. And it's like, yeah, I did. I used to though. But the thing is, I was deceived just like you. I thought the company was this great, amazing place. And then it turns out it wasn't. You see the fucking parallels that I'm doing with this shit? I'm a fucking mastermind, right? You see what I'm doing, the parallels, right? I used to think this company was a super amazing place, but it turns out it wasn't. Maverick in the CEO, me in the you understand what I'm doing here? You see the parallels? You see what I'm doing? I'm a fucking genius. I know that. Anyway, I get that. And so he's like, I understand your pain, your frustration, and all that type of stuff. And I am completely down to take down the company with you. But the thing is, you need to stay. You can't just run off. First of all, you're young. You're 15, 16. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're going to get yourself killed. You're going to get you got your hips and legs amputated. You're going to get your arms amputated. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Obviously, I spit back, but my legs were still deactivated. So I'm still on the fucking floor looking miserable as fuck. So I need you to stay. Secondly, I need you to pay off that debt. And I'm over here like, why are you still harping on this fucking debt? Why are you still harping on it? Do I really have to pay it back to you? And he said, yeah. And I'm like, why? And then he just tells me it'll be revealed in due time. It'll be revealed in due time. But I need you to make money and give that shit back to me. Can you do that for me? I'm looking at him. I'm like, I'm pissed the fuck off. But he also said he didn't like the company. And he said he had a bad history with the company. And again, even though I hated it, he was right. He was older. He understood things better. I would get myself killed. I would. And so I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, but fine. I'll stay. Right? He has a tracker on me anyway, and he could just deactivate my legs anytime. So even if I was to escape, he could probably deactivate my legs, and then I would just be a pile of shit on the ground. So I was technically just held hostage anyway. So I might as well just work with him because we apparently have the same goal anyway. And I'm like, fine. I'll stick with you. And I'll pay back your fucking debt. But if it turns out that we are not on the same page, I will kill you. And he's like, that's fair. Episode 1. Done. Bow, bow, bow. That's episode 1. Yeah. Episode 2. Clap. Big brain. If you decide to make him a villain, make him the responsible for the experiment and actually the brains behind the idea. He is the only choice you have. Are you writing? Bro, so for me, I'm not gonna go over. So this, when I say like this is a long, I'm talking about this is like this lore goes down in 2 seasons. So that's 24 episodes. So we have a long way to go. So I'm definitely not gonna be finishing my lore. But yeah, I am writing this. Like I'm not typing, but I have it. I'm writing this down. I know you don't see it on the screen. But anyway. All this type of stuff. Episode 2, right? Now me and the fucking godfather of cybernetics are in a partnership. Our goal is to try to take down this fucking company. But the thing is, I need to pay off this debt because apparently it's super important for me to do so. And so obviously I'm working my job and I'm paying off this debt. But first of all, the job is not making a lot of money for me, even with me having cybernetic legs. Secondly, I didn't feel like I was getting any closer. I didn't feel like I was getting any closer to defeating the company. How is me doing this job and paying it? I wasn't getting any closer, right? Right? I needed to learn how to fight, right? If I was going to take down this company, I needed to know how to throw hands. You know what I mean? Right? I can't do that if I'm just working a job. Right? And so I get the mischievous idea, right? Again, there are many ways to earn money in this world. Some ethical, some not so ethical. The Cyberpunk Edge Runners, where David and his whole entire crew kind of just go around doing certain missions and then they get money for it. Well, I'm like, well, firstly, doing that type of shit will probably make me way more money than me just doing this fucking job. Secondly, it's a little bit of a thrill, you know, right? I'm still a teenager at this time. A little bit of a thrill. And thirdly, I'll get to scrap. I'll get to scrap. By the way, I don't know how to fight. I've never been taught how to fight at this point. But for some reason, I have it in my head that I know how to scrap. So, behind Maverick's back, I start taking on some odd jobs. Dan of Drags 1, hello. I'm explaining my lore right now. Your lore, I kind of know of a game where the end goal is the same as yours. That's really cool. Hello. I'm glad you're here. I'm explaining my lore right now. So far, I'm on episode 2. So I went over the prologue. I went over episode 1. So you stopped by at episode 2. So you're probably not going to understand exactly, but I hope it'll be entertaining. Anyway, so behind Maverick's back, I start taking some odd jobs, right? So I might do a little bit stealing. I might do a little bit of undercover work, all that type of stuff, right? That on top of the job is making me a little bit more money. Maverick's like, where are you getting this money from? I'm like, I got a pay raise. I'm lying. It's not a pay raise. I'm doing some extra shit. And so I continued to do these odd jobs, these more sketchier jobs, right? Because the quicker I can pay off this debt, the quicker I can like go after this company. Because that's what it feels like. If I don't pay off the debt, I'm not allowed to go after the company until I have this one encounter. I'm doing an odd job and that type of stuff, and a dude with full-on cybernetics, he approaches me. He's like, so you're the little rat that's doing all these fucking odd jobs with these specific people. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, he could tell I'm lying through my teeth. Turns out that I got myself involved with some gangs, and I wasn't even that aware of it. And so he's like, yeah, no, I don't appreciate you doing what you're doing. And I'm like, I'll stop, you know? And then right at that very moment, he punches me in the face. And I skid across the pavement. And I'm like, God damn, fuck. That hurt like shit. Holy smokes. And so I'm like, God damn. And he's like, do you want more of that? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I will stop. And he punches me again. I skid across the pavement again. I'm getting my ass beat. I don't know how to fight. And so I'm trying to get away from this dude, but he keeps chasing me because he wants me done. He wants me. And so I'm getting away. Again, cybernetic legs, so I am a little faster than I usually am. But the thing is, this dude is full on. So he's chasing the fuck out of me. I'm trying to run away. He's chasing the fuck out of me. At this point, I haven't really mastered my cybernetic legs, right? I don't know how to necessarily fight with these or like just do super cool shit with them. So all I'm doing is just running super fast. But he's cybernetic too. So that's not He's beating my fucking ass. He's beating my ass. I love it. Thank you. I've thought too much about it. Too much. Anyway, he's beating my fucking ass. I'm getting my kicking, like I'm getting blood all over my shit, all that type of stuff, and I'm finally able to get away, but I look like shit. I have blood all over me, bro. I think part of my cybernetic leg might be broken. Roger, hello, hi. I'm glad you're here. I'm explaining my lore right now. Or post it. I do. I literally have post-it notes all over the place. Hello. Your shit, you should see it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm explaining my lore. I'm saying I'm getting blood all over my shit, as in I'm getting my teeth kicked in. Like, I am not okay. And again, I got involved with this sketchy shit, and now I'm getting my shit hammered. And so I finally returned back to the secret hideout that me and Maverick are in. He's doing his cybernetics, he's doing his research. I go in, I look like shit. I'm like, my head hurts and all that stuff. Maverick is looking at me like, what the fuck happened to you? How did that happen? And so I'm over here trying to explain, well, this guy, he kind of came after me, and like, he beat me the fuck up. And I think he damaged one of my cybernetic legs. He rolls his eyes. He's like, are you fucking serious? Why did he come after you? And I try to lie through my teeth. I'm like, well, I guess he's just kind of a bad dude. I guess he doesn't like women. I don't fucking know. He sees I'm lying, and I'm like, and he's like, how do you're working a normal job. Somehow this dude just approaches you and he starts beating you the fuck up. And I'm like, yeah. He rolls his eyes. He doesn't believe me, but he tells me to come sit down where he was. So he kind of has like this like equipment. So he has like a table, and the table is where he kind of works on everything. And then along the sides of the table are all his tools. And so he says, lay down on the fucking table, please. And I'm like, yes, sir. Mind you, I'm still covered in blood and cuts and all that type of stuff. And so I lay down. And so Maverick starts getting to work fixing my cybernetics. I watch him, and he is good. I'm thinking to myself, dang, he really is the father of cybernetics. He's doing his shit. And then as he's like working on fixing my cybernetic leg, he's like, if you're gonna be hanging around sketchy places, you need to learn how to fight at least, please. Yeah, like he already knew, like that's why the dude beat me up, because I was hanging around sketchy places trying to get more money. So he's just completely straightforward. If you're going to be doing sketchy stuff, you need to learn how to fight at least, and not get your shit kicked in. And I'm like, fuck you. What do you know about fighting? He looks at me. I don't know shit about fighting. But the thing is, if you want to take down that corporation, you're going to have to learn how to fight. I look at him. I'm like, he was right. If I'm going to take down the corporation, I'm going to have to learn how to fight somehow. Sorry, your Lord is. I'm just talking to y'all are just talking to a schizophrenic right now. I'm just talking to myself in all my voices. And so he's like, at least learn how to fucking fight. Right? Because I think he also kind of knew that even though the sketchy stuff was more risky, obviously, because I got beat up, it does pay more than regular jobs do. It does. Like, if you can win big, it will pay more than a regular job does. And so I'm thinking to myself, Part of me was feeling the thrill because I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna learn how to fight people and beat people up. But part of me was like, am I really gonna do this? He doesn't know how to fight. He just said that. Where am I gonna learn how to fight? Right? Because a lot of the bigger jobs, like bigger sketchy jobs, robbing banks, taking out people, that like we're talking about that type of sketchy. You need to be at a certain level of readiness, and if you're not, you'll get your shit kicked in. And so I'm like, so he fixes up my leg. He then takes the time to actually fix my actual skin part of me up, my actual flesh. And I'm just trying to figure this out. How am I going to learn how to fight? How am I going to do all this? How am I going to do all that? And I'm just like, well, whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to need to figure it out. Because if I'm going to fight this fucking corporation that I fucking hate with my entire soul, I'm going to need to learn how to fight. Right? And so I slowly, over time, start taking on more sketchy jobs, robbing people, taking people's shit, all that stuff, right? I'm a fucking delinquent, right? And even though, like, part of Maverick doesn't really like that, he understands that this is something that I'm just gonna have to figure out myself. All right, we're made up as you go. So for me, I have the outlines of my lore. For me, the reason why I'm having a lore stream is to fill in the blanks. So again, people are asking me questions, and there are some questions I genuinely can't answer because I don't have that part of the lore fleshed out. Like earlier, someone asked me about the corporation's reason for like building an army and stuff, and I'm like, I genuinely don't know. All I can tell you is that my brain was like, oh, he's gonna build an army for something, but that's a plot hole that I haven't figured out yet. Yes, yeah. What? Is it not normal for streamers to stream for 4 hours? Anyway, so I start taking on more sketchy jobs, right? At first, they kind of pay the same as the job, but then over time, as I get better and better, they start paying more. But the thing is, as I take more riskier and riskier jobs, I encounter more people that want to fight me, right? And in the very beginning, I was getting my shit rocked, right? So much so that at one point, right? At one point, I got my shit rocked so bad that someone actually like stabbed me in both of my eyes. Both of them. That's how bad I was. That's how bad I was. I got my shit rocked so hard that both of my eyes were just stabbed out. And so I'm like on the ground, I'm screaming. My eyes are completely gouged out, right? Completely gouged out, right? Remember that Maverick has a tracker, right? He has a tracker. So he always knows where I am because the tracker is in my legs. And so I guess this one time he was really paying attention to the tracker, and he's like, oh shit, something happened. Something happened. She might be getting her shit kicked in again. I don't know what. Maybe someone overpowered you and plucked them out. Ooh, that would be so much more fucking brutal. Actually, I think that makes more sense. Is that they get plucked out. Because I feel like if someone was to stab me, then it would go through my brain and then to the back of my head, and then how am I supposed to explain that? So I think that is better. I think my eyes just get plucked out, right? My eyes, right? Because lore-wise, my eyes are cybernetic as well, as you can see. And so I'm gonna take that suggestion. Instead of getting stabbed out, my eyes were plucked out because I'm just that bad at fighting that my eyes get plucked out of my fucking head like an apple off a tree. Right? And so Maverick knows something's wrong. Like, really wrong. Like, obviously, he knows I've been getting my shit beat in, but I always came back. At least. I wasn't coming back. He can tell from the tracker. I was not moving at all. Right? Because it's like when I'm fighting, you're moving around the person, you're moving around all that type of stuff. Right? I wasn't moving. At all. And he's like, oh shit. Something happened. With her. And so this is part of the lore where I'm like, okay, how do I get from point A to... So I want Maverick to somehow get me back from where I was fighting to then back to our secret hideout where then he can put in the cybernetic eye. This is where I need y'all's help because I don't know how to go from point A to point B. So this is one of the first big hurdles that I'm like, okay, how do I get from point A to point B? Any suggestions? So the trackers, he knows that something's up because I'm not moving, because he can tell the tracker's not moving on his screen. So he knows something's up. But how do I get from point A to point B? Because again, Maverick, ooh. Wait. Wait. Okay. Wait, I think I figured it out. No, how does Maverick get to me and then save me so that he can take me back to the hideout? But I think I just figured it out. Right? And I should have mentioned this earlier. Yeah, but the thing is, the person is there. The person that's beating me up is there. And he's probably standing over my body about to crush it in half. It's just him. He doesn't have other friends. He doesn't have any bodyguards or anything. It's just him. But guys, I think I figured it out. So the thing is, part of me wanted, for some reason, for Maverick to not have any cybernetics. But the thing is, I feel like that just wouldn't make any sense at all. So what I'm thinking is that Maverick has a cybernetics. But he has a very unique one, right? Because again, he's the godfather of cybernetics. He is the prime. He is the inventor of all things. What I'm thinking is the fact that he gave himself a cybernetic that's similar to like an exoskeleton, right? Hold on, let me pull up the picture. I need to pull up a picture real quick. I'll show you. This is what I'm thinking. For some reason, I was thinking about not giving it to him, but I just feel like logically that wouldn't make any sense. Imagine living in a world where literally 90% of people have cybernetics and you don't, because why? That doesn't make any sense. Edge runners. This is what I'm thinking of. This is what I'm thinking of. Right here. So, fuck. I wish I could move that shit out of the way. Hold on. Let me move my... Yeah. I'll just shift a little. You see? So, David from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, he had like an he had like a military grade thing on his back. It kind of acted like an exoskeleton. So what I was thinking was, for Maverick, he has something similar. All right. He's not the type to like show off his cybernetics and have everything built and all that type of stuff. No. His cybernetics are a lot more subtle. Everyone else does. watching or we constantly attached to. No, that's happening. Lexi, that he's over time at growing attached to me. That's happening. Yeah, that is happening. Even though I'm like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, even though I'm like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, again, I'm at this point, I'm like 15, 16 at this point. So I'm like, fuck you, whatever. But that relationship is definitely forming. Oh, 100%. So what I'm thinking is the fact that he actually does have cybernetics. Again, I was thinking about him not giving him any, but in the world that he's in the fact that he's staying hidden, it makes sense that he needs cybernetics himself. And so what I'm thinking is that his is going to be a lot more subtle, because a lot of people's cybernetics are very much out there. Cybernetic legs, cybernetic arms, cybernetic eyes. For him, he has a cybernetic exoskeleton. If you were to take off his shirt and see his back, you can see parts of it, but most of it is on the inside, right? He's a lot more subtle because he needs to be subtle because he's in a hideout. He doesn't want to be known. He doesn't want to be perceived. He doesn't want people drawing attention to him. So it makes sense for him to want his cybernetics to be kind of on the down low. So that's one thing. It's an exoskeleton that gives him like running and all that type of stuff. It slightly enhances his abilities, his natural human abilities. What I'm thinking is the fact that he sees the tracker and he's like, oh shit. Yeah, no, she actually might die. And so he gets out of the secret hideout and he goes after me. He tries to get me. Again, Lexi, like you said, that relationship where he kind of gets attached, that's where that shit starts to form. He uses his exoskeleton, he comes after me, right? Right? Just as this, because this is fucking plot armor, anime plot armor, just as this dude that I ran into and plucked my eyes out is about to rip me in half. That's where Maverick comes in. He comes in, he's not a fighter, but he throws a decent punch. Just enough where it gets the dude off me, right? He quickly scoops me up and he goes. He's not a fighter. He doesn't know how to fight. So the goal was to get me and then get out. And that's exactly what he does. He grabs me, picks me up. Again, because of the exoskeleton, picking me up is pretty much like nothing. He picks me up and he takes me away. The people try to chase him, but by the time he easily loses them. So he sprints back. He sprints back to his thing, our secret cave. I'm like crying, but like my eyes are plucked out, so I guess I can't do that technically. So I'm just in a lot of pain. I'm in agony this entire time. I'm in agony because my eyes are plucked out. And so Maverick starts rushing. He's trying to reassure me. I'm fucking panicking like a lunatic. I can't really cry after that, exactly. Bell45, hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm explaining my lore right now. I'm explaining the fact that I got my eyes plucked out. Hello. Anyway, I get my eyes plucked out. I'm in agony. He's trying to reassure me. I can't fucking see shit. Because I don't have my eyes. So I'm like panicking. Like, again, is it painful? Yes. Is it like enough for me to like die? No. Obviously, I got my shit kicked in a little bit from the guy, but the main thing was him plucking my eyes out. And so Maverick, he's scrambling all over the lab trying to find something until he finally comes across what he's looking for. A jar of cybernetic eyes. Right? Because again, this ever since he disappeared, he didn't stop doing cybernetics. He kept doing that shit. Right? He probably has a whole collection of all different types of cybernetic parts. So he takes two of those eyes. Right? He takes two of those eyes and he does his fucking thing. He does his neurosmith thing. Right? He puts those shits in my head, in my fucking skull. or shenanigans with respect. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the stream. Yeah, maybe another time. Maybe another time. A little buffoonery is fine. Take care. And so, I'm in agony, right? I'm in agony and all that type of stuff. But he's doing his thing. He's the godfather of cybernetics. Fucking connects my eyes to the rest of my new cybernetic eyes to the rest of my body. I'm still screaming. I'm still in agony. Right? But the thing is, it was too much. It was so much to the point that I just pass out. Straight up. I just pass out. And he's like, damn, at least that makes this shit easier. So he does his whole thing. He connects like my eyes to the rest of my body so that they work correctly and all that type of stuff. He's doing surgery. Next thing, I wake up, I'm like, what the fuck? I can see. I got my eyes plucked out, but now I can see. And so I see him and I'm like, but my eyes are hurting like fuck. Like the back of my head where the eyes usually they're hurting a lot. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? And he's like, I got you out of there because you were in danger and you got your eyes plucked out. And now you have new ones. I roll my eyes. Holy shit. I got my fucking eyes plucked out. Right? Part of me was like, obviously like a little disgusted because literal eyeballs. But part of me like hated myself because I was so weak that I got my eyes plucked out. Like I was that weak. So part of me was just frustrated. I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to take down this big corporation when I literally just had a guy pluck my eyeballs out? How, like, so I'm kind of in shambles, right? Obviously the cybernetic eyes are great and all of that. They're amazing. But like the point was that I was so weak that I had them plucked out and had to get new ones because of him. So I'm in shambles a little bit because I'm having existential crisis. I'm like, my goal is to try to defeat this entire company and I got my eyes plucked out. I'm fucking useless. And so I'm balling. What's this guy? Just because of cruelty. And I feel like if you watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners, like it's just cruelty. That's really it. It's the world that it's in, right? Because I feel like Cyberpunk Edge Runners did a really good job in like incorporating things in particular, where it sets the mood for the show. Like you have people drug addicted and sex addicted and all that type of stuff. They didn't show it They didn't show it because of shock value. They showed it because it sets the mood for the tone of the show. Where it's like, yeah, all these people are sex addicted and drug addicted and they're addicted to their fucking cybernetics and all that type of stuff. And they go, like, that is to set the mood, right? It is purely cruelty. There is no rational explanation. It's just cruelty. Nothing more, nothing less. Because that's how it is. Was that while you were being beaten down, your eyes still had fight in them and the guy just didn't like how you were looking at him? I love that. More angst. Yes, I'm taking that. That's my idea now. I came up with that shit. I fucking love that shit. I like that idea. So rewind. I'm fighting this dude. I fucking love that idea. Right? He beats me down. I'm on the fucking ground. I'm like, I have fight in me because there's a reason why I'm fighting. There's a reason why I'm trying to learn how to fight. That dude doesn't like how I'm looking at him. So I'm like, I'm gonna pluck these fucking eyes out of you, you fucking little girl. You fucking bitch. You really think you're gonna do something in this world? Fuck you. I'll take away the ability for you to see. Yeah, quote unquote fighting. It was a one-sided match. He was beating my ass. Let's be very honest. He was beating my ass. I like that. It just adds to the cruelty on top of that. I like that. And so I'm having pretty much a mental breakdown. And then Maverick is like trying to comfort me. Because again, that relationship we were talking about where he is starting to care about me as a person and my emotions. like, it's not just about the debt anymore. It's about me too, right? And he kind of feels responsible because at the end of the day, he's like, I should have just he's like thinking to himself, hey, I should have just like kept her doing the job, and now she has her fucking eyes plucked out, right? He feels responsible, right? Because he's like late 40s. I'm 15, 16 during this time. He feels responsible for that, right? He feels like he failed me as a person for that. And I feel like I failed because, again, I had my eyes plucked out. How the fuck am I supposed to take down a corporation when that happened? How? If I can't even fight, how am I supposed to get revenge? How am I supposed to get back what they did to me? You know what I mean? Ugly fish, hello. Hi. How you doing? Sorry, I'm eating a little bit. You shaved FCs. Fuck you. I never had mustache hair in the first place. Fuck off. Sorry, I'm eating a little bit. That's why I'm pausing right now. And so there's like a moment of like realization and agony at this very moment, right? Because we're both trying to achieve the same goal. We're both trying to take down this company. But we both come to a certain realization. From Maverick's perspective, he wants to take down the company, right? He wants to take down the company. And the thing is, again, this will be explained later, maybe in another stream. I don't know when. This will be explained later. But ever since he hid, he's been working on cybernetics. But he's been working on cybernetics for a reason. He's been trying to get better so that he can somehow use that to help him take down the corporation, right? He's been wanting to do it this whole time. But the thing is, he feels like he's come to this realization where it's like, am I really willing to sacrifice this 15, 16-year-old girl to accomplish my goal? She literally had her eyes gouged out. Am I really going to just let this happen again? Or let this happen because we're trying to take down this corporation? Is that the type of person I am? Like, I should have just kept her on doing the job so that she could pay off the debt, and then I can use that debt I'll explain later. Right? And then I'm having a mental breakdown again because I'm like, I feel like I'm fucking useless and I feel like I won't be able to do shit. He's trying to comfort me, but I'm not listening to anything. And so I have to be by myself for a moment, right? Because I feel useless. I genuinely feel useless. As in, like, is this journey even worth it? Is it even worth paying back this dude's debt? Is it even worth fighting these fights? Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Right? Because I feel like I would just be broken down before we would even be anywhere near close to taking this corporation down. Right? So I'm just wallowing in my sorrow. And then Maverick, he's kind of reevaluating what he's even doing You can even do it after the night's events. Exactly, right? That self-doubt, right? And so I'm in my room because at this point I pretty much live with Maverick, so I already have my own room. And so I'm in my room. I'm in despair. Part of me genuinely wants to gouge my eyes, like my cybernetic eyes out. But obviously, again, that shit is intertwined with my body now. If I do that, it'll be even more painful than my actual eyes. So I feel like gouging them out just out of frustration, but I don't. And so this is a moment where I'm in my room, and then I hear footsteps approach my door. It opens, and there's Maverick. He leans against the doorway. He's looking solemn. I'm fucking bawling my eyes out. He looks at me, and he's like, "I'm sorry." I look at him, and I'm slightly confused. I'm like, "What the fuck are you like?" And he's like, "I'm sorry for even letting you pursue this more sketchy way of making money. Sure, it makes more money so you can pay off my debt, but you just lost your eyes, and I'm sorry. I should have been better." I'm over here it's not like you're my fucking parents or anything, what, right? But he is but you're my responsibility. I tell him to fuck off, but he's completely serious. He sees me as his responsibility. And so after a moment of recollection, I'm over here it's part of my fault too, because it's I started doing that shit way before you found out. So it's not that it's not your fault completely. Right? We look at each other. Right? And it's just a moment where we just look at each other. It's true, you aren't my kin, but right now you should be under my supervision. Exactly. And so after a moment, he then he uses his head to gesture outside of the door. And then he says, "Can I show you something?" I'm like, "Sure, why the fuck not? I don't know. Whatever." I'm still emotional. All right. He gestures with his head. I follow him out of my room, back to his main lab area. Right. He's grabbing stuff off the wall. Cybernetic eyes, legs, parts, tools, all that type of stuff. And he seems like he's reminiscing on something. And then he looks at me. He's like, do you know why I made all this, right? This cybernetic stuff. Well, I'm guessing you made it to help people and stuff like that. And he nodded yeah. Bro, I'll take Silco, bro. I love Silco. I will take that shit, bro. I'll take that. Right? I just don't think Maverick would be as evil though as he was. But I fucking love Silco. I love him. Anyway, well, I say, I don't know, help people? I don't know, right? And he's like, yeah, no, that was the reason. It was to help people. That's why that was the purpose of all of this from the very beginning. And I'm like, okay, why are you telling me this now? And he looks at me, he's like, well, I'm telling you this now because that is what the company that you hate so much has took from me. I wanted to help people with these. Devil Rose, hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, I'm glad you're here. I'm so excited. I'm doing a lore stream and I'm in the middle of explaining some lore. I sound like a schizophrenic, but some people decide to watch and listen anyway. So I'm glad you're here. Again, you're kind of in the middle of it, so you might be a little confused. And you might think I'm schizophrenic, but I'm not. I promise. Anyway, he explains that, yeah, no, that's what the company took away from me. That's why I hate them so much. I hate the company because they took away the reason why I made these cybernetics in the first place. That's the reason why I hate them so much. These cybernetics were supposed to help people. Right? But as I look around, it seems like people are now enslaved to them instead. And that's not how it was supposed to be. Right? And what I mean enslaved by them was, again, in this world, now, if you don't have cybernetics, you are not even considered a person. Right? If you don't have cybernetics, the chances of you getting a job and being perceived in a good light is poor. And that's not how that was supposed to be. If you had cybernetics to help you out, that was it. You weren't supposed to be like, it wasn't supposed to be this elitist thing. It wasn't supposed to be this expensive. It wasn't supposed to be the status symbol, right? It was genuinely there to help people. And the company took that away. Your model is kind of intimidating. Oh, really? Is my model intimidating? I don't mean to be. I don't mean to be. Solid yellow eyes, yeah. She's our queen and she is a dictator. Absolutely correct. And she looks scary, but she's actually really sweet. Yeah. Sweet like candy. Yeah. Femme Fatale Audios. Hello. Love the name, by the way. Let's go. Hello. Provided that you're good, yeah. You have to be good. Because if you're not good, then I'm going to have to send you to the dungeon. Look at my Twitch profile image. You notice my eyes are pretty much glowing, but not like yours. I'm glowing, y'all. I'm glowing. Glowing. Okay, sorry. I can't. Sorry. I want to welcome y'all more, but I can't get distracted because I will lose my train of thought. I'm gonna lose my train of thought, so I have to keep going. Anyway, Maverick is like, hey, so the reason why I hate the company is because they took away my reason for making these. Right? The point of them was to help people, not to enslave people. But it's really done the opposite. It's done the opposite. Right? And so I'm still like, okay, why are you telling me this? Maverick looks at me. He looks at me is because maybe you can use your cybernetics to help people. Just like how they were originally designed. I'm looking at him. I'm on YouTube at any chance. I'm gonna start posting VODs next week. I was supposed to post VODs this week. It didn't work out. So I'm gonna be posting VODs next week. And then shorts will follow after. But if you go into my card, it has a link to my main YouTube channel, Clips channel, and VOD channel. My main channel and VOD channel are going to be more active. Clips is going to be a little dormant for a minute, but yes, I do have a YouTube and stuff like that. Do you have all your VODs on you? I do. I exported all my VODs to YouTube, so they're all saved there. Yeah, it's a little deserted, but I'm working on it. Okay, getting like a thumbnail artist and then an editor and that type of stuff. It's hard work. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Maverick looks at me and he's like, "Why don't?" I'm telling you this because I want you to use your cybernetics to help people. And I truly believe that if you can like learn how to fight and learn how to do all that, we can take down this corporation and we can be helping a lot of people. I'll subscribe to all 3 channels. Look at you. Okay. I'll subscribe to all 3. But yeah, no. I have all the VODs. It's just they're all privated. So again, I need my thumbnail artist. And then once I have my thumbnail artist, they'll be slowly rolling out. Anyway, so yeah, no. I hope that you can use your cybernetics to help people. Right? And if we take down this corporation together, we can help people. I'm looking at him. I'm still a little emotional after like getting my eyes plucked out, but I'm like, how can I help? Because I just had my eyes plucked out and then you just had to save me to then put cybernetic eyes into my skull. How can I help? Because so far I've been useless. Besides small jobs that pay a little bit more than a regular normal job, I've been useless, right? I had this big ambition, so much anger, but now it's just sadness. Because how the fuck am I supposed to take down this big corporation if I got my eyes plucked out? My eyes. And then Maverick like looks at me again. Obviously he sees the frustration in my face. And he looks at me and he says, "I'll always make sure you get back up. Always." I look at him and I'm like, holy shit. What the fuck? It's like he repeats himself. "I'll always make sure you get back up." Episode 2 done. Let's go. Let's go. No matter how many times you break, I'll put you back together. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm a fucking genius, y'all. I'm a goddamn genius. Three. You make him still menacing while showing more caring. Exactly, right? Because this is something I want to emphasize, right? Because when I was explaining his backstory, he was very optimistic. He was a very cheerful dude, right? Very optimistic. He was inventing the cybernetics. He was making people's lives better. He was a very optimistic dude, but ever since the incident with the CEO, he's become more pessimistic. He's a lot more colder than he used to be. But the thing is, this young girl, which is me, comes around and he can't help himself but feel the need to protect her. Hey, I know karaoke stream was yesterday, but could you possibly maybe sing just the two of us? Just to make you feel happy? Okay. I'll do it real quick. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. I don't know the lyrics of the song. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Ba bow bow bow. Pew meow 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 meow. Pew pew. Pow 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 pow. How was that? Are you happy now? Don't be sad. Be happy. Be fucking happy. I swear to God if you're not. Everything but slowly with you, he learns to care again. Exactly. Made me smile. There we go. There we go. Hold on. Look at that. We got a smile out of monsters. We got a smile, go. We got a smile. Let's go. We got a smile, y'all. Yes. Oh my God, that's not fair. Too bad. You're not sad anymore. Fuck your sadness. I'll fuck your sadness in the ass. Hard in the ass. With my fingers. Fuck your sadness. Fuck it. Fuck it up. I'll beat up your sadness. And I'll fuck it in the ass. I'll beat up your sadness. And fuck it in the ass. Alright, my sadness has officially left the room. It shall never come back. Fuck sadness. Be happy. Be happy. I demand it. I'll keep finger blasting it. Finger blast. Pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Fuck it. I'll shoot it in the head. Bow. Bow bow bow. Empress. Monsters, imagine I get your sadness pregnant. How would you feel about that? Imagine I got the embodiment of your sadness pregnant. How would you feel about that? I want to know. How would you feel about that? He'd be pretty jealous. Weird considering it's an emotion. It'd be like going on a date with sadness from inside out. Bro, smash, by the way. Smash. She's cute. She glasses. She's nervous all the time. Smash. 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 I would smash Joy too. Both of them at the same time. Sadness in the back, joy in the front. We having a good time. We going back and forth. But no, they're pretty, so smash both of them at the same time. I feel disgusted. It would be no. Actually, no, disgusted is pretty. But imagine you try to do anything with her and she's just like, ew. You try to be sexy, she'll be like, ew. You try to give her a little tongue and she'll be like, ew. Ew. Take her on a date for see any of them as smashable. Well, I can smash them under my fist. They look very smashable under my fist. You know. I crush them with my bare hands. Under my fist with my bare hands. They look very squeezable. Especially Sadness. She looks very squeezable. Very squeezable. Oh my god. What the fuck am I talking about? This is how you know I'm fucking tired. I was thinking about continuing on to episode 3. Squeezable. She's squeezable. Do you not like squeezable things? What's wrong with squeezable things? You got a problem with squeezable things? I know what I can squeeze. It's the way you squeezable. I can squeeze you, Monchers. How would you feel about that, huh? So our ruler, we have the same thoughts. Disgust has the most. Well, yeah, no, she is like the conventionally attractive emotion, so it makes sense. You make it sound less of a word now. The meaning has left. Squeezable. 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 I'm so fucking deranged. 1,000, 1,200 results? It just sounds like empty sound. Squeezable. 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 I'm like a fucking Pokemon. Squeezable. 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 What would be my attack as a Pokemon if my name was Squeezable? What would be my attack? Do I just squeeze people to death as a Pokemon? Squeezable. 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 Explosion. Crushed grip. Exactly. Yes, I agree. Squeezable. Squeezable. It's like, go, squeezable. Get him. It is like squeezable. 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 Are you happy now? Are you happy? Are you happy? Chill. Don't fucking tell me to chill. Submissive as well? What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? Where did submissive come from? Where did that shit come from? What are you talking about? It's a Pokemon move, actually? Like submission? Like, what does that entail for the Pokemon? Like, yeah. Oh. So like the Pokemon submit. It's like a fighting type move. Oh, like putting someone into submission, like a headlock. Okay, I see. Yeah, no, I'm probably not gonna go to the next episode because I'm tired. But what did y'all think of, like, genuine question, what did y'all think about the lore stream? Because I know it's very unconventional. Like, I've watched some other lore streams that other, like, actual, like, lore explaining streams that other VTubers have done just to kind of get an idea of what other people do. And I kind of feel weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like a weirdo. Like, I feel like a schizophrenic person writing down fan fiction. That's how I feel right now. didn't watch. Well, yeah. Well, now you have to watch the fucking VOD, don't you? What you're gonna do is that when I finish this goddamn stream, you're gonna go back and watch the whole VOD. All 5 hours of it. I'm not watching the VOD. What do you mean you're not watching the VOD? You're not a true fan. Fuck you. A true fan would watch every single thing twice because you love me so much. But no, you're not a true fan. I'm not a true fan. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. VOD is a fake friend. What do you mean a fake friend? What does that mean? A fake friend. Like, I know my live stream is the real deal and all that, but like, monsters, I mean, what the fuck I'm typing? I don't know what the fuck you're typing either. You've been just typing shit, and then you've also been getting timed out for fucking brain rot phrases when I've told you that shit gets you timed out, but you keep deciding to do it anyway. I think we're all sleep deprived. I think so too. But I think that's a y'all are idiots. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't even watch my fucking VODs. So fucking disrespectful. What'd you forget? Fuck. What'd you forget? I hope you get timed out. There you go. Perfect. I have a life. No, you don't. I'm your life. Your life is supposed to be consumed by me. I'm supposed to be in your every waking thought. If I'm not in your every waking thought, then you're not a true fan. Who said you were my life? So I'm not your life? I'm not your life? Is that what you're saying? Like, that has me upset. You know that, right? I'm my life. You got me coughing because I'm so disappointed. Monsters is my life. Monsters won't even make me his entire life. You should be breathing me every waking second. But no, you're a fake fan. Fake fan. Shame on you. You're disappointed in me. What did I do? What did I do? Why are you disappointed in me? Yeah, Marcus, Monsters is just an extra. You're not even a fan. What do you mean I'm not even a fan? What does that mean? A fan of what? I'm not a fan of what, huh? Are you jealous because I replaced you with Marcus? Is someone jealous? I think someone's jealous. No? Sure. Sure thing, buddy. Don't fucking give him praise. He's being jealous right now. He's being a jealous person right now. I rarely get jealous, sure. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. It's true. That's what they all say. I rarely get jealous. What do you mean jealous? I don't even know what the definition of jealous means. Yeah, right. Jealous. I believe we already talked about this. I'm my own person and compare myself to no one. Right. You're your own person. That's very true. All that's missing is Mach saying right. Monsters, what if I made you an offer? I want to make you an offer before I end stream. I think it's a solid offer. Yeah. I want to make you an offer, right? So I have a leash around Marcus, right? Very cute, very pretty. Goes around his neck quite nicely. What would you do if I offered you one as well? What would you do? I'm waiting. Hello, Dark First Chatter. Hello. Glad you're here. Timing's interesting though, because I'm about to end stream. Starek. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I would stare at you and say this. What is that for? A dog, Marcus? Who is that for? So you wouldn't put it on for me? Not even like one time for me? No. Not even for a little bit? Not even for a tiny bit? Just like a few seconds? Not like Marcus. Brahim? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Wait, what happened? You know what fucking... How many... I think you dropped some change. Yeah, I can pick up the change and give it back. Do something again? No. Fell through the sewer gate, can't get it back. Just gonna chill. I'm sorry, I'm like speechless because I was just about to end the stream and you did that shit. What am I? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, there's more? What do you mean more? There's no more. Don't do any more. Please. Please don't do any more. Note to end on. Yeah. They broke her. Bruh. Well, thank you. Thank you. That was the lore stream. That was the lore stream. I hope you guys had fun. And I hope I made you happy. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Wait, what do you mean wait? Wait for what? Wait for what? What are you doing? What are you doing? prepping things. Give him a... Prepping for what? Prepping for what? What the fuck are you prepping for? What the fuck? You guys are fucking insane. What the hell? Like, I don't even... I'm trying to talk, but there's nothing for me to say. I'm just... Hi. Sharby T. Hi, I'm so glad you're a new time chatter. The timing's a little interesting because I was about to end stream, but I'm waiting on someone, apparently. I hope you stick around for the last few minutes, I guess. How are you doing today? I'm doing amazing. This was a lore stream, so I was explaining some of my lore like a schizophrenic freak. I still don't know what I'm waiting for. It's very fun to see you talk. What the fuck? I don't even know how many gifted subs it's been. Well, bye. By the way, I always call you, like, in my head, even though it's not correct. It's kind of unfortunate. That's fine. That's completely fine. Never mind, I faced some difficulties along the way. Well, anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll do another karaoke stream and stuff like that. If you have any stream suggestions, you can go to the Discord, join the Discord, and there's a section in there called Stream Suggestions, where if you go to if you go to the Discord, you can suggest what streams you want or what you would like to see in the stream suggestion. We have 179. I had 168. Just... That's literally one more sub until I hit my next goal. Shut up. You can't tell me to shut up and be happy. You can't tell me what the fuck to do. 92 gifted subs. You're fucking joking. What do you mean? Femme fatale, what the fuck do you mean? Hang on. The fuck? Well, I'm glad I got to be the 179th person. I'm very glad. I hope that you stick around because I have more content to bring to the table. I have more content to bring to the table. But I don't know what to say. But tomorrow is a... Get supported. Shut the fuck up. I'm not a whore. You're treating me like a whore. I'm not a whore. Please. And 177 bits as well. Oh my god. Yo. The amount of emotes I'm about to put on this Twitch channel is about to go crazy. I'm about to have so many emotes in here. And new things. Wow, they are going after. They are. I feel like I'm in the woods and they're chasing after me. Like, here's the gifted sub. Here's the gifted sub. And I'm like, please get away from me. Get away from me. Please. Please get away from me. Stop chasing me. Stop drowning in your. No. You need money to live. Stop. Oh. What the I'm ending stream. I'm ending stream because you're giving too much. Stop doing that. Fuck you, Lexi. Femme Fatale sent me. Hi. I'm so glad you're here. You're the 180th follower, I think. And you helped me pass my goal. And by the way, it's now. Hello. Hi. I hope you stay around. Don't tee me, Femme Fatale. It's because of you. Don't tee me, please. You. What's crazy? Go reach. Thank you. There. What the fuck? I had no idea what you're talking about. Everyone's gaslighting me. No, stop. Leave me alone. Don't gaslight me. You're like, everyone's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Stop. 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 Oh my God. Okay. I'm confused. I just joined. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna have a heart attack. They just like messing with you. I'm ending stream because y'all are doing too much, and I'm gonna. And you know what? You know what I'm gonna do after I stop the stream? I'm gonna bawl my eyes out. That's what I'm gonna do because of you guys. I'm gonna bawl my eyes out because of you. I'm gonna bawl my fucking eyes out. Okay. Let me bring more. No! No! Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Stop. Can you explain why? Because people are fucking insane, and I have now 93 gift. Bro, this Twitch payout is about to be scary. I'm scared. I'm gonna be in. What the fuck? Just 2 more to a fucking 100? You're scaring me, Loki. I'm sorry. I hope that everyone here. No! No! I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. Y'all are fucking insane. Save your fucking money for eating food and drinking water and indulging in your luxuries. What are you doing? Anyway, thank you. Have us being insane and moving will kill you. What is happening? I don't know what the fuck's happening. You are luxury. No, femme fatale, stop it. Stop it. No. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Stop. Because infects will come and try. No! No, please don't. No. No. Oh, no. Oh my god, I'm fucking waiting on femme fatale. Because they're trying to do... Y'all are fucking insane. Y'all are genuinely insane. Do you have a favorite song? I do. At the very moment, it's Anxiety by Doechii. At this very moment. That's my favorite song right now. Just letting you know. Anxiety by Doechii. Ending the stream with a bang is Search by NF. I like that song too. I like that song a lot, actually. Hi, Junior. I'm glad you're here. Have you ever heard? I think it's time to end stream. Sorry, Junior. I'm glad. What the fuck? Hey, Nova. Hi. Hi. Where are these people coming from? Where are you guys coming from? Wah! No, don't wah me. Don't wah me. Stop! Stop! No, stop! 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 What are you guys doing? Stop it! $2,000 followers? That's so cool. Maybe I'll get there someday. Are they like a VTuber or are they just like a general streamer? That's really awesome. General streamer? That's really cool. There we go. Are we done? Are you done? Are you done? He plays Call of Duty. Wanna call it here? Please. You're really cool. You think I'm cool? Thank you. I think you guys are cool too. When the stream ends, I'm gonna go cry. Because of this. You guys are too kind. I hope you guys come back. I'm really trying to make it out here, so if you wanna hang out, we can. If you wanna go to my Discord, it's in the link. And if you want to know my schedule, you can just check out my Blue Sky or Twitter or YouTube. Bye. What Discord? It's in my about page. Or if you want to click on my card, you can see it there. All right, go away now. Okay. Bye.